as part of the U.S. Embassy's Freedom 250 celebrations. Chamber President Andy Hunter said Ukraine understands America's fight for freedom.
The American Chamber of Commerce, we are here illuminating this beautiful monument, this female, a symbol also like the Statue of Liberty in New York.
You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month with Window Nation at 50% off all window styles. Yes, 50% off new, beautiful, energy-efficient windows, plus zero down, zero interest, and no payments for 2 years. Call now, 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
About 1,600 gas and electric utility workers across eastern Philadelphia went on strike on the 4th after contract talks between the union and utility company PECO broke down. Union local president Larry Anastasi.
I think it's a shame. If you choose a job where you have to risk your life in order to pay the bills, take care of your family, and you decide that you don't mind doing that, I don't think it's much to ask to have the same benefits as everybody else.
The union seeking higher wages, a pension plan, and retirement medical benefits. While America has celebrated its 250th birthday in a country a little older, announcement of two major archaeological discoveries dating back to the 4th century. ABC's Chuck Sievertson.
Crews in Egypt have found a well-preserved Byzantine-era residential city in the western desert from the 4th century in the Dakhla Oasis. There are north-south thoroughfares intersected by east-west streets, forming open squares and public spaces. Archaeologists also uncovered bread ovens, kitchens, and well-preserved bronze coins bearing portraits of Byzantine emperors, Latin inscriptions, and Christian symbols. Also, 18 ancient tombs were found in Marina El Alamein near Alexandria.
President Trump says it started on the 4th of July. The U.S. Treasury began accepting donations of publicly traded stock to help support Trump accounts, the tax-advantaged savings account for children that he named for himself. Trump wrote that more than 6 million accounts have been requested. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development, serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org. Have you tried the only stop smoking hypnosis in America, proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office that reprograms your subconscious? Alex Goen patented hypnosis destroys your connections to cigarettes. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop smoking seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fall gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm mainly late and perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low of 69, followed by showers and another gusty thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 82, with some sun returning Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
As we prepare to celebrate America's 250th birthday, it's a good idea to assess our current state as a country. Many say we have never been more divided. Families and best friends are estranged over how they voted. Holidays are destroyed by disagreements over politics. Meanwhile, thousands of international soccer fans who have flooded the U.S. are gushing about how much they love it here. They don't want to leave. Know this about our country. If they ever did build a wall around it, far more people would try to get in than try to get out. We are flawed in many ways. We need to improve in so many areas, but if we work hard and don't give up, the American dream is still there. Let's make sure we don't kill it. God bless America and happy birthday to the red, white, and blue.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go for a Sunday, July 5th, 2026 at approximately midnight. Pittsburgh police from Zone 5 were dispatched to the 5900 block of Penn Avenue for reports of a large crowd of juveniles fighting and trying to gain access to an event space. Arriving officers met the crowd of approximately 150 juveniles. Repeated orders were given to the crowd to disperse. Those orders were largely ignored, and the crowd instead began to throw fireworks amongst themselves and at nearby officers' vehicles. Units from across the city responded to help clear the crowd. Penn Avenue was closed for several blocks as officers secured the area. The crowd eventually was left at approximately 1 a.m., and the street reopened approximately at 1:15 a.m. to all traffic. One adult male was arrested and transported to the Allegheny County Jail. Exact charges are forthcoming. A juvenile male was detained and transported to a local hospital for medical clearance. Upon release, they will be cited and released to their parents. No other injuries were reported. So once again, we have a youth disturbance in the city of Pittsburgh. The youth continue to get unruly and to try to outmuscle the people that are there to serve and protect. And now throwing fireworks at each other on what is our 250th birthday, showing no class, no respect, and no judgment, and no clear-cut responsibility when it comes to parental leadership. Where is it that we have lost our way in this country to where we have approximately 150 gathering at midnight trying to enter an event space on that biggest night of the year to celebrate our city, recently voted the #1 fireworks display city in the entire USA by USA Today, and this is what we get. Stricter guidelines, detention centers, imprisonment, book, throw away the key, all of the above, harsh punishment from the parents. They're not sending them to their rooms anymore. And what I would like to know, the ages of these juveniles who were out at midnight. Look, we were really free to roam when I was a young man growing up, but there was that responsibility. Hey, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. But more times than not, we never even got to the fool me once because we understood exactly what would happen to us if we were ever arrested or did something so unruly that someone, meaning an innocent bystander, could be hurt. When this story was first heard and started to develop overnight, everyone reporting on it, and we'll have much more throughout the day in our news department, I simply thought, how is it that this 250th birthday that many of these juveniles should be remembering for the next 50 years, as I did in 1976 at 19, could do something so stupid? It's the world we live in, and that's pretty sad. All right, as America begins to celebrate its 250th birthday this weekend, and it is now underway in full swing, there are nearly 1 million outages being reported across multiple states. The current total of 956,388 homes, according to this tracking site, Power Outage Accounts, in states in the Midwest and Northeast that have been impacted by several weather and extreme heat situations. I told you yesterday that I was going to do the deep dive on that and spend a little bit more time researching it. And the mind-boggling thing of it, since I gave that number to you yesterday, meaning 1 million, I'm sure that number has gone up. Mother Nature rained down on us, and yeah, it dampened some celebrations in western Pennsylvania, even postponing and eliminating some. But when you think about the extreme heat and what we have been dealing with, never before has it been such a welcome sight, that H2O falling from the sky. Tears of joy, if you will. Stifling heat to the point where electricity was a commodity. I am shocked that I only had a few brief moments, but I can tell you that number, 1 million, may not seem like a lot in the big picture when you have 333 million people living in this country. But I can tell you what we do have. We do have an energy grid that number will continue to grow, meaning outages when the heat is on or in the dead of winter. Much better if you can go sit out on your porch on your, swing and enjoy some lemonade and put on some cutoffs and a tank top and flip-flops and power through it. But when it's sub-zero and you're losing it and you are someone who is of age to where you don't have the mobility that you once had, it can become deadly. Not that the heat is bad, but the winter can be even worse. So we need to start thinking about how we can start generating electricity and, more importantly, telling everyone, if you're the last one in the room, as I used to hear all the time, turn the lights out. One of the biggest problems in America, we turn the juice on for everything. We've got to power our phones constantly, our desktops, all sorts of things. Why do you think the generator business has become a big business in America? Because people want their toys, their bells, their whistles. They want to turn the air conditioning on full blast. They want to be hermetically sealed in their house. They want to have fans going. They want to basically be in and out of the, freezer and refrigerator on a regular basis. And they just don't simply understand. Sometimes you just got to sit in the dark for a while and let the rest of the neighborhood do the same so we can dial down the volume when it comes to the energy situation so the elderly and those who need the electricity, such as hospitals and more, will have the chance to remain moving forward with the lights on. And if you're not willing to do that, then accept the fact you're going to be losing power more than ever. We have to find a way to do something about the energy grid in America because it's getting darker every generation. It is. It's frightening. The lights keep just getting dimmer every generation. All right, listen, we have a lot to get to, but that story about the teens, it's frustrating. I mean, there's just no guidance anywhere. I mean, I can't even fathom throwing firecrackers at one another, let alone throwing them at police officers. I mean, that's just a lack of disrespect. 866-391-1020. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, but you can also watch us with our KDK video stream, presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch, that live stream, and you can also go to our YouTube page and watch everything happening in the studio. And if you haven't subscribed, you need to. So the number again to dial to be on the program, first hour of Open Talk today, 866-391-1020. And also, NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantAccess@kdkradio.com. And remember, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now at kdkradio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, coming up, a quick look at sports. And then we're right to your phone calls, just underway, here until 1 o'clock. Sunday Marathon. Here we go. KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning and happy holiday weekend from your Pratt Pack.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations that serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates defeated Washington 7-1. Two teams again today in the nation's capital and on 93.7 The Fan. Paul Skeens selected once again to the All-Star Game. World Cup yesterday, Monaco eliminated Canada 3-0. France over Paraguay 1-0. And today, as the round of 16 continues, Brazil faces Norway and Mexico takes on England. It was Brooklyn over the Riverhounds 2-0 last night. Wimbledon, your winners yesterday, Fritz and Allison Keys. And today, Sinner and Pegula, while Serena Williams has withdrawn from doubles action in Wimbledon because of that knee injury. Through 3 rounds of the John Deere Classic, Lucas Glover and Lee Hodges 16 under. They have a 1-shot lead, and Joey Chestnut claims the mustard belt again. He wins the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. He downed 66 hot dogs and buns at Coney Island in New York. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go to the phones, 866-391-1020. Here is Anthony, and Anthony joins me now on KDK. Anthony, quick story. So a lady called before I got on the air yesterday and said, I don't want to hear him talk about his youth. I want to hear him talk about the weather. So today I started off talking about the weather and some really unruly youths. And one thing I can tell you, and you would agree, when we were that age, if we would have done something like that, there would have been you-know-what to pay. Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm very well. Listen, you know, this is a parent problem that's escalating into the child problem. They have no discipline at home.
Amen.
They were on the internet talking about this all week. And I also blame the politicians in the court system right now. Sarah and Mulatto and that crowd don't believe in juvenile detention. So they slow walked the reopening of Schumann. They have like 12 beds for a facility that can hold 200 or more because they don't believe in it. So they cut the money off. So the hooligans know there is no repercussions for their behavior. So they sit on their phones. The Chinese are making sure through TikTok and other facilities that they can just go act up. Yeah, that's what they're doing. And so now you have to start coming in like you did in the 60s. You had, let me tell you something. Back in the 60s, if something nonsense like this would have happened, the sheriffs, the police would have had Port Authority buses waiting. They would have been in riot gear, and they would have been whooping some heads. And then you would be in Morganza, Thornhill, or 3333 Forbes Avenue, which was juvenile court, until a parent came and got you. The parent didn't come get you. You stayed in those facilities, or they would charge you as an adult. Because at that point, they were inciting a riot. When the police tell you that this is an unlawful assembly, that's what they used to tell us back in the 60s and 70s. When we gathered and they told us to leave, they say, this is an unlawful assembly. You will be arrested. And these kids shoot fireworks, which at that point becomes projectile weapons. So the police could have reacted with their own weapons. At that point, they're being attacked. But their restraint, thank goodness, for those children didn't happen. But if I'm O'Connor, I'm taking the gloves off. Say, no. We're not going to have this. We're not going to allow these young punks to turn our city into anarchy. They want to play adult games, then they get adult consequences. And start whooping some behinds, start putting them in buses, and have consequences. Don't send them home to the dysfunctional homes that they just came from, because if they're out at 1 in the morning, they have no one overseeing them at home. So what's sending them back home going to do? So they can repeat it? So this Sarah, Bethany Hallam, and that whole crazy leftist crowd down there, this is your doing. Because you don't want consequences for people. So the worst thing that happened to this city was when we didn't have John Weinstein or Joe Rocky in charge. Because you cannot have a civilized society without discipline. Thank you.
All right, Anthony, good call. 866-391-1020. So who and where does the responsibility lie? Is it with the parents? Is it with the police? Is it with the politicians? Let's talk about something else here. What about just growing into your adulthood, knowing the difference between right and wrong? So I'll ask you, how old were you when you realized right from wrong? I got to tell you, I'm talking like 5, 6, 7. I knew the difference between right and wrong, and I always knew about the respect for human life. But the one thing that we don't have enough of in this place we call home is respect for elders, adults, teachers, parents, law enforcement. Now, I want you to tell me fact or fiction. Could you ever imagine a time in your life, ever, where you would actually be throwing firecrackers at police officers who obviously carry weapons to protect themselves? Could you ever imagine an 150 all gathering for one common goal to enter an event? 150? I don't think I ever hung out with more than 10 individuals at any time as a young person. So do you tell me that we have that many young people in Pittsburgh and this area that don't have other things to do? And whatever happened about by that time of night, usually you had picnic with your friends, your family, and you were winding down. Now, granted, it's Saturday night, but then here's the other equation. Don't any of these kids have jobs? You know, we only created 57,000 new jobs last month in this country. That's it. If you're a parent and if you have a child who is of sound mind and body, and how many times have I said this, 16 and above, tell them to get a job or get out. And if they get out, hey, no fuss, no muss. You wash your hands of it. And I know it's your kid. I get it. But if your kid is becoming detrimental and a menace to society to where you're being affected by it, whether it's just by word of mouth or your life is actually in danger, do you really want to live that way? The thing I remember the most, lock the door, throw away the key. You know, I also remember that you had to pay rent when you started to make your own way, or buy groceries, or fill up that tank with gasoline whenever you borrowed your car. These kids are running amok. They have no responsibility. And here's the thing. Where are they getting money to buy firecrackers? I think you know. Either by parents who just want them out of the house, or by doing something they shouldn't. And maybe there is a few that hold down jobs. But if you're holding down a job and you have the responsibility to go to that job every day and do the right thing, how is it in the back of your mind that you have a thought process? We'll go downtown, busiest night of the year, big celebration, 1 million people in and around that city from one form or another, or coming into the city, and we'll just start causing havoc by throwing firecrackers at each other, rival entities, people who just don't like certain people for whatever reason, and then if the police show up, we'll throw fireworks at them. So you heard me in that opening monologue saying released, released, released. Why? Why release them? What is it, a misdemeanor, a fine? Why release them? Don't you have some sort of idea of what crime and punishment can be? Look, I would make them all who were arrested go back to that place today and sweep it up. And if any of their parents threaten me with any legal action, I would say it's either here or behind bars. And maybe behind bars, if it is a crowded situation, so be it. Maybe they will toughen up a little bit and realize they don't want to go back there. But this is absurd. This is absurd. So we do the show yesterday with all the history and everything that's happening in our country and where we're headed and how we can change the course because the last 50 years really haven't been that good. And I leave with optimism at 1 o'clock. I'm kind of a little bit on a cloud thinking, you know what, we did a good show. A lot of people responding to me. Great show, great show, great show. So you kind of get your chest pumped up a little bit and you're thinking, I made a connection. So I told you yesterday about the 1 million people without power. I wanted to talk about the energy grid and how we can kind of dovetail off of what we said yesterday. and how we can take it to the next level and be getting involved in manufacturing because of all the resources that we have. And then that story is being reported overnight, every outlet here in and around Pittsburgh. I mean, how do you even think about this stuff? You have so much time on your hands as a kid. That's what a juvenile is, a kid, that's how you plan your 4th of July. Pockets of firecrackers, try to barge into an event and start throwing firecrackers. And when the police show up, you throw them at them. And listen, here's the other thing that nobody is brought into this equation, but I'm about to. I've heard gunshots. I have fired guns. There's a lot of similarities to firecrackers and guns. You have an officer, and all of a sudden they're hearing bang, 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 bang. They don't know if those are firecrackers or one of these kids, juveniles, actually has a gun. Because in case you haven't heard, juveniles can get their hands on guns, can they not? What is a miracle about this is that nobody actually lost their life. And I want to commend Zone 5 and those from around the county and elsewhere for maintaining their cool, because that thing could have gotten ugly. And instead of me talking about unruly juveniles and firecrackers being tossed at one another and police, this thing could have been an ABC News special report today, because a lot of people could have lost their lives. It's dark, it's late, alcohol, I'm sure, is involved, and firecrackers are going off left and right, and you've got armed policemen, and who knows on the other side who has a weapon. That could have turned into a shootout. It's absolutely absurd. Somebody needs to discipline these children, because obviously they're not getting disciplined or they wouldn't be doing that. And for heaven's sake, many of them shouldn't even be out at midnight. And where is this curfew? And we can't keep blaming it on politicians and even parents. Sooner or later, rational thinking has to set in. Give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. All right, ABC News Radio coming up in just a couple of moments, and we'll get back at it and take more of your calls. It's just senseless. 866-391-1020.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. In Washington, D.C., President Trump speaking Saturday evening ahead of the Freedom 250 fireworks show. Events on the mall were evacuated for a time due to severe weather, but the president Saturday night saying,
"They did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred."
Earlier, military flyovers in D.C., more military jets in New York. They flew in formation past the Statue of Liberty and One World Trade Center, leaving red, white, and blue smoke trails across the skyline. And a fireworks show on the two rivers, finishing the festivities. A pilot on a Delta Airlines flight reported that the plane may have been struck by a firework as they were approaching the runway at Chicago's Midway Airport. And it was hot up and down the original 13 colonies, days of extreme heat in the Northeast, sparking some of those thunderstorms. This is ABC News.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fog gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm building in by late in the day, perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty but gusty thunderstorm tonight under clouds with a low of 69. Then showers and a thunderstorm in store for tomorrow, perhaps still heavy, high 82, with some sun for Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Yeah, also a couple of pools were closed early yesterday because of some unruly juveniles. No arrests were made, but come on. We got to get a handle on this. You know, we're worried about, trying to rebuild Pittsburgh and the surrounding community that is Allegheny County and elsewhere. But no matter how much business or no matter how many people move in, if you can't disperse a crowd of juveniles and they start doing the things that we're reporting on this morning, I mean, who's going to want to be a part of that? 866-391-1020. What do we do to stop it? I got some ideas. How about you? Here's Joseph Mount Oliver on KDK. Hey, Joe.
Well, and the bad guys won on that one because what the other kids do, they got to go home because I was unruly. No, what I really initially want to talk about, Rob, is statehood for Puerto Rico and statehood for Washington, D.C. Now, why do certain politicians oppose that? And I'd like to have your opinion.
I have no idea. Joe, I have no idea.
That's 4 Senate votes, okay? And the Republicans know they're not going to get it, okay? Because they tax the wrong people. You know that, all right? You got to give the corporate leaders a gun and a mask. Okay, they're getting over like fat rats. And the rebate for rent rebate and property tax rebate for seniors is off. According to the state computer, I should be getting anywhere between $400 and $600 more than I'm getting. Okay, I appreciate what they give me because I really don't need it. I mean, as far as needs. Okay, but I'm not rich. Believe me, I'm not rich. But I don't quit either. They're wrong. When somebody's wrong, you're wrong. When somebody's right, they're right. Mm-hmm. These kids need jobs. With that, I'll say, God bless you, Rob. Bye-bye.
All right, Joe. Be good, man. 866-391-1020. Yeah, they need jobs, but they also need to be punished. I mean, if I'm a parent and I'm waking up now and getting ready to, have that extra holiday and leading into tomorrow, maybe going on a vacation to where my kids are going to be around me, as I'm making them eggs or pancakes or whatever their favorite are for a Sunday morning breakfast, which was always one of my favorites when I had a family back in the day, that was what I loved. I mean, just being with the family, growing up, that was cool stuff. And, having my kids too, because that's what life's all about. But you would always use this stuff, as my parents would with KDKA radio on, as a springboard of conversation. You can't do anything in the present unless you pay attention to the past. That's what Anthony was talking about. That's what Joe was talking about. It's not what I'm talking about. It's what people are talking about. And if you don't have enough dexterity to be able to look back into your past and talk about it and mold it into the present to make a better future, then just get out of the way. Because you're not helping. You're not doing anything to help and to cultivate a better America. How green is your garden that you can't take time to pull the weeds out so people will be able to reap the harvest? Look, this stuff's got to stop. Somewhere along the way, we have lost not just consciousness of what's happening around us, because many of you who don't live in Pittsburgh won't think a second thing of this. You won't. You know what else I didn't even hear last night when I was home? And by the time I got home yesterday, I was done, exhausted. I had a really busy week, and yesterday, you get here at 4 in the morning and you're going strong till 1 o'clock. You're in the weather and doing other things and errands and what have you. You're tired. And I'm sitting there last night at my house and I'm thinking, okay, so I'm alone and I don't miss anything, right? No voices, no extracurricular activity. Don't even have the TV on, doing some research for today's show. Sitting there in my office, and I'm like, it's 9, it's 9:30, it's 10. I don't even hear any little kabooms, nothing. I look out, kitchen window, look out the dining room window, look out the living room window. In the old days, not so old, like a year or two ago, you'd see poof, poof, fireworks, right? And I'm thinking, okay, so the rain. Then I start getting reports, even Pittsburgh and others are going to delay them a little bit. Don't see, don't hear anything. So you know what that tells me? And I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. People don't appreciate this country. I mean, this should have been an all-out celebration. And I saw some of the footage of Pittsburgh when they finally did it, and it looked spectacular, and they always do a great job. Why they were voted #1 fireworks display, USA Today, the great city of Pittsburgh. And I'm just thinking to myself, but you don't see, kids with little things, little sparklers or whatever. You don't see it anymore. The cap guns, all the things that we had, the little hammer and the cap you would pound off the sidewalk, or you like the little snakes. Remember those things? You don't see it because people don't understand America. And if these young juveniles understood the significance and the sacrifice that has been made to get to our 250th birthday, maybe they wouldn't be throwing firecrackers at police officers. I know what you're saying. Well, when we were kids, we did stupid things like that too. I don't care who you are. You relive your past, especially during the holidays. You compare it to the present, and you always think, what's it going to be like in the future? That's what holidays are about. Food, family, gatherings, past, present, future. Get over it if you don't think that that's what we're dealing with, because that's what we are. But when you connect to the past and remember, even in the 60s, 70s, 80s, this was a big deal. It's 1976, massive celebration. The networks all did a great job. ABC did some incredible stuff with Disney that was absolutely off the charts, as did CBS. Wonderful stuff. Continuous programming, showing all of the great things this country has to offer. Some of the biggest names, past and present, in the music industry, performing, right? So it was just beautiful. But there was these stories that I just mentioned in Pittsburgh that may not seem like a lot, but this is our 250th birthday weekend. This is going to roll into next week. It's going to be a part of the rest of the summer. People are going to be traveling to places like the Grand Canyon, Mount Rushmore, Yellowstone, New York City. They're going to be going to historic places in this country because they want to embrace what this country is about. Route 66, the 100th anniversary of that. I wonder how many of these juveniles that are causing these things have been outside the city of Pittsburgh. Do they understand the Vietnam War? Do they understand World War II, the American Revolution, the Declaration of Independence? Because if they did, in the back of their mind, they would have such respect for this place we call home. They wouldn't even be thinking about doing stuff like that. They wouldn't even be considering stuff like that. But what do? That's exactly what they do. They go downtown and wreak havoc. Crazy. All right, give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020. I'm telling you, they need to reincarnate my father and put him on the police force. This stuff would end like immediately. All right, Mary Hours joins us right now. So, Mary, what in the heck happened by the time I left yesterday and got home? I pulled up to my house. There was branches everywhere and this and that. What did I miss yesterday that eventually turned into a torrential downpour last night?
Oh, yeah. We were talking about, just seeing, when we get really hot and humid conditions, then we get those storms bubbling up. And we knew we were going to get severe storms, and they really fired up yesterday. So, there were some 4th of July festivities that were canceled. And, it's just typical summer trend. Someone told me the other day, they're like, this reminds me of Florida. I was like, yeah, it's kind of like that.
Well, here's the thing. It was really a godsend, Mother Nature, because it did cool things off. And if there was ever a time for something like that, just sad that it happened on the 4th, but eventually most people got to, celebrate and light off the fireworks. But, man, the heat has just been stifling, has it not?
Yeah, it's been unbearable at times. So, when it was really hot earlier, I was like, I got to go outside. So we did some water balloons, and then, we got our severe thunderstorm warning. We went inside. But after that, I actually wore a sweatshirt to watch fireworks last night because it was like a little bit chilly outside. So, yeah, it's I'm done with the heat.
Well, listen, I was joking yesterday on the Home Improvement Show, and a bunch of people chimed in. It was so cold in my house because of the air conditioning. I got a little bit of sleep on Friday because I actually had to go out on the porch to kind of warm up and then go back into the house because, I had the air conditioner like full blast. So we're going to kind of get back to leveling things out over the next couple of days. The question is, will it level out, and when and how long?
Well, today we have another round of some showers and even some thunderstorms, a lower severe weather threat. But I think with those heavier downpours, we do have the risk for some isolated flooding. It is unsettled through the week. Our high temperatures, they're back into the mid to upper 80s. Our lows are going to be right around those upper 60s, but we still have the chance for some showers and storms each day. Now, Wednesday and Thursday look to be the driest days, but we're in this unsettled trend all throughout the week, typical summer weather. But yeah, we're at least done with, actual temperatures in the 90s. It could still feel in the 90s with the humidity a couple of days this week, but at least we're out of that extreme heat warning that we were in.
Well, listen, have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the holiday, and we will check back with you next week, okay?
Awesome. Thank you. You too.
All right, there she goes. Hardest working person in that meteorologist business. Mary Hours, always gracious to join us on Sunday mornings for a little coffee clutch. And believe me, when you work this shift, you need coffee. These last couple of days, and really all last week and then Thursday, Friday, it's just been like nonstop. So kind of looking forward to getting a little downtime this week. Leading into any holiday, you're just trying to make sure everything is where it needs to be. And it's just overwhelming, is it not? All right, Sue in Bethel Park, we're going to get to you in a moment. But honestly, it's just disheartening that I had to begin today as we continue to celebrate. This is our 250th birthday. And we're talking about young people throwing firecrackers at each other. 150 at midnight, and when the cops show up, they're throwing them at cops. Listen, I got to be honest with you. I'm glad that I'm old because I'm a really mild-mannered person, but sometimes when you just poke me, I get to the point I can't handle it anymore. That's one of the reasons why I don't go anywhere. I go home, lock the door, end the story until I got to go to work or I'm out doing some sort of promotion to help somebody on my dime. I can't take it anymore. Road rage, I just don't want to be a part of any anymore. And when I hear stories like this, it's just shameful. We're better than that. And we have these men and women of the police force, and you know what they're probably saying? I got young people, the future. Is this going to be going on for the next 10 years? And is it going to go from firecrackers to guns? And again, with that pop, I'm surprised that nobody got killed. Because listen, when you hear firecrackers going off like that, in the back of your mind, if it's not the 4th of July, and obviously it was, and I think that had a lot to do with why people knew what was going on and they could see them lighting them and what have you. But if you're just in a parking lot in September and that starts to happen, that's not what you're thinking about. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Sue, Bethel Park next. Your Pratt Pack, Sunday morning, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates defeated Washington 7-1. 2 teams again today in the nation's capital and on 93.7 The Fan. Paul Skeens selected once again to the All-Star Game. World Cup yesterday, Monaco eliminated Canada 3-0. France over Paraguay 1-0. And today, as the round of 16 continues, Brazil faces Norway and Mexico takes on England. It was Brooklyn over the Riverhounds 2-0 last night. Wimbledon, your winners yesterday, Fritz and Allison Keys. And and today, Sinner and Pegula, while Serena Williams has withdrawn from doubles action in Wimbledon because of that knee injury. Through 3 rounds of the John Deere Classic, Lucas Glover and Lee Hodges 16 under. They have a 1-shot lead, and Joey Chestnut claims the mustard belt again. He wins the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. He downed 66 hot dogs and buns at Coney Island in New York. More sports, 937thefan.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Rob Taylor coming up with the news at 6, and then it's Tech Vibe Radio. So we have a busy day today. 7 o'clock, Doug is back from Poland. 8 o'clock, it's all about those quick and easy meals on the Coons Cooking Hour. 9 o'clock, Greater Pitt Tree Service. 10 o'clock, Accurate Solutions, and then Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Sue in Bethel Park joins me on KDKA. Good morning, Sue.
Hey, good morning, Rob. I really enjoy your show, especially on Sunday morning.
Thank you.
With Coons and everybody there. But I thank you for bringing up what you're bringing up about the kids and the disrespect last night for some of the few that kept their fireworks going till 1 and 2 even. I think as parents and grandparents, if we talk to these teenagers in our families, within our own families, to help with these other kids who are doing wrong, I think that would be a big asset in helping with these group of teens, because teens can help other teens to keep peace or to keep order. And I think that might be a solution. Also, these poor animals, I was up last night with my dog. Oh, my gosh, with the fireworks. This poor dog was just shaken. And I think it just comes down to respect and enforcing the rules within the family itself, in your own family unit, and helping out the police, too. That's just a solution that I'm thinking of myself.
Well, and what I'm about to say, don't take this wrong. I mean, they need to be disciplined, but you have to think about, are these children being loved? I mean, do their parents, saying, hey, stay here, do this, let's, we would, as adults, when I would want to have to go home to get sleep or do something with my kids, my mom and dad would bribe me to stay. They just didn't want me to leave. And sometimes you got to know the backstory, and maybe a lot of these kids have come from very troubling homes. So there's always two sides, but it's just sad. It really is just sad.
Right. Right. But I think the kids from the homes that are supported can help with those kids, too. That's just one thing. Yeah, there's just a breakdown. I think parents are both working, kids go to school. You know, people just have to come together and try to support each other.
Yeah, I know. I just can't imagine the lack of fear. Who would ever, as a teenager, throw fireworks at a police officer?
Oh gosh, yeah.
I mean, and do you understand what I meant by saying it's a miracle? Because firecrackers sound a lot like gunfire.
Oh yeah, it does. And people, you know, often on some of these apps, these neighborhood apps, they don't know if it's a gunfire or if it's fireworks or, oh well, whatever. But if we all can work together and talk with our own teens and with our own little children, like even my grandkids, I work with them and talk with them and see if, you know, they can use their own common sense at school too. So and at home.
Let me ask, how old are your grandkids?
My grandkids, I have a grandson 12, I have a grandson 9, and I have a 2-year-old grandson.
So obviously you talk to them and you have a good relationship. And my one grandmother, who was my mom's mom, we talked about everything, as me and my mom did. My dad and I kind of didn't, but when it came to my grandmother and my mom, I mean, there wasn't anything. We could talk about work, we could talk about girls, we could talk about, you know, just coming of age, anything. Do your grandkids kind of open up to you? Do they ever say, hey, it's kind of scary or this or that, or are they pretty much?
Yeah, they do, because I babysat from an early age so that both parents could work. And I talk with them from the beginning, you know, and, you know, they still love their grandma, and they come up and give me a hug. And I'm working with the little 2-year-old now, just teaching them basics, and it's just the support from, you know, father and mother with the grandkids. And once they go into school, you know, the teachers take over for your job, and we have to support them too.
Yeah, I know. It's just sad. I mean, listen, that's not. There was too much good that happened yesterday, and the weather kind of threw everybody off. And
I had so much fun watching on television. I watched the fireworks on television last night, and just watching New York City and just Pittsburgh. Oh, it was just wonderful seeing those fireworks.
It's
the best that I've ever seen. I'm your age.
Yeah,
We're probably both the same age.
But I got to tell you, I'd rather be sitting on my porch in Beaver County, to be quite frank. Listen, I covered all that stuff for years. Every first date, and I dated a lot of young women growing up. That was what we did. We drove into Pittsburgh to watch the fireworks. I think back now, I mean, my goodness gracious. You know, and my parents used to always say, there's nothing better than just sitting at home. And I'd go, yeah, come on, we got to go. But the older I get, the more I appreciate my home.
Right. You're lucky.
We're all lucky. You're lucky. Anybody that has a home. I mean, you got the family, you got, you know, the husband, the kids, grandkids. That's good. Mine, you know, being single and my kids are grown, and, you know, it gets lonely, especially when you think about, I mean, I grew up with 5 sisters, always had nieces and nephews, always had a significant other. And now, you know, it's different. But I got to tell you, I have gotten comfortable with it, and I wouldn't want it any other way. So the only thing that's constant is change, and sooner or later you get a chance to embrace it. And for decades, I was never home, especially on 4th of July, but I really appreciated just being home last night, and I'm looking forward to doing the same. So you gotta look for the little things that can make a big difference in your life. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Keep up good work.
I appreciate you.
On the radio.
I appreciate you, Sue. Thank you.
I enjoyed hearing you.
All right. You have a great day. Yeah, man, my life has really changed. Kind of one person now I kind of been leaning into and having a little bit of fun with, and she's a lot of fun. So life's good, and I just little things. And I hope that these young juveniles will learn that there's much more than this. And if you want to get what I have and others and Sue has, you got to find a clear path. And I think some of these kids are not on a very good path right now. And when you start stuff like this at a young age, it's only going to go in one direction. And that direction, more times than not, is not good. So I'm hoping, you know, maybe a few of those who got arrested last night will kind of take something from it and realize that, you know what, sooner or later, you got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. You got to get back to that reality check. And hopefully it will be that way as opposed to holding a bigger grudge against authority. And as trivial as it may sound, and again, no one got hurt, thank God. And you had a couple of people, forcing some pools in Pittsburgh to close, some juveniles, no arrest. But still, it's a wake-up call. It really is a wake-up call. Okay, Rob Taylor, news, Tech Vibe Radio. Then Doug's back from Poland. 8 o'clock, Frank and I, Coon's Cooking Hour. 9 o'clock, it's Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. And then today at 10, Accurate Solutions. And we wrap up our day between 11 and 1 with the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Your Pratt Pack holiday weekend continues on KDKA Pittsburgh. Rob Taylor next with the news at 6 a.m.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Are you smarter than an anchor man? And we have Joe from Penn Hills as a lifeline for me. Joe, what do you like? A, B, C?
Oh, I like the Super Mario. Is that A?
I'm going with you, Joe. You're my lifeline.
The answer was B, Incredibles 2.
Come on, Joe.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Lose weight. Alex Goen, patented hypnosis.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the weight loss hypnosis hype? I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods. I lost another 10 pounds. I brought my husband. He lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved.
The only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks, full on half the food. So you lose the weight and keep it off. 10 pounds, 30, whatever your goal, only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking, 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police have charged a man in connection with a stabbing on the 4th of July in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler is in custody awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 on Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a hospital. Police say an altercation occurred inside a home between the two men, which led to the stabbing. An ultralight aircraft crashed into a tree Saturday morning in Fayette County. Crash happened around 10:50 Saturday morning in Dunbar Township. The pilot, a 75-year-old man from Connellsville, was flown to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital, where his condition this morning remains unclear. It's also unclear what caused that crash. Well, Pittsburgh police were called to the 5900 block of Penn Avenue in East Liberty late Saturday night to disperse a crowd of about 150 juveniles, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space in East Liberty. Public safety says the officers' commands were largely ignored, and some people in the crowd began to throw fireworks at nearby officer vehicles. Eventually, police were able to get to the crowd to dissipate around 1 o'clock this morning. One adult male was arrested. A juvenile male was detained and transported to a local hospital. Well, that 25-minute fireworks display at the point on the 4th last night dazzled the tens of thousands in attendance, but the show was delayed nearly a half hour due to some thunderstorms that rolled through the downtown area earlier in the evening. Ultimately, it was the lightning strikes across the sky that caused the delays. Also, the heavy rain prompted the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra to cancel its free performance at Arts Landing. That had been set to start around 6 o'clock. Well, 4th of July fireworks may have struck an airliner. Let's get the latest from ABC's Dave Packer.
The Delta flight was approaching the runway at Chicago's Midway Airport Saturday evening. The controller had already warned there were multiple homes near the approach shooting off fireworks. Then,
Tower, we just had a firework hit our plane, Delta 1076. We're continuing. Roger.
The Delta pilot said they may have been struck at about 200 to 200 feet above ground.
We just heard the bang on the plane, so we'll have to take a look at it once we get to the gate.
According to that ATC.net audio, authorities were notified. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KDKA Radio News Time. It's almost 6:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The right patio sets the scene. The right grill steals the show. For a limited time during July 4th, extra big deals at Lowe's. Get two 12 by 12-inch square patio stones for only $3. Plus, save $100 on the select Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $179. All you need now is good company. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/6. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fall gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, mainly late and perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low of 69, followed by showers and another gusty thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 82, with some sun returning Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates defeated Washington 7-1. Two teams again today in the nation's capital and on 93.7 The Fan. Paul Skeens selected once again to the All-Star Game. World Cup yesterday, Monaco eliminated Canada 3-0. France over Paraguay 1-0. And today, as the round of 16 continues, Brazil faces Norway and Mexico takes on England. It was Brooklyn over the Riverhounds 2-0 last night. Wimbledon, your winners yesterday, Fritz and Allison Keys. And today, Sinner and Pegula, while Serena Williams has withdrawn from doubles action in Wimbledon because of that knee injury. Through 3 rounds of the John Deere Classic, Lucas Glover and Lee Hodges 16 under. They have a 1-shot lead, and Joey Chestnut claims the mustard belt again. He wins the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. He downed 66 hot dogs and buns at Coney Island in New York. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by the Pittsburgh Technology Council. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
Studio Me Productions is a full-service video production company based in Pittsburgh. It offers custom video production services, podcast studio rentals, and communication studio build-outs. Choosing Studio Me Productions means investing in a partnership that values creativity and delivers results that exceed expectations. With a deep understanding of marketing and storytelling, Studio Me ensures your project will captivate and engage your viewers. Learn more at StudioMeProductions.com. That's StudioMeProductions.com.
A strong work culture is the invisible force that binds employees to each other, to the company, and to their work. It's linked to better business outcomes, happier employees, and increased retention. How we work and where we work continue to evolve in almost every way, yet our human need for connection and purpose remains. Help your employees connect and thrive by evolving your culture to support your team, regardless of how or where they work. So discover how the Kindling Culture Agency can transform your company's culture at sparkssomethingbig.com. That's the Kindling Culture Agency at sparkssomethingbig.com.
Compunetics is the leading developer of unified voice, video, and data collaboration and conferencing applications for the service provider, government, and unique workflow applications. The Summit Olympus and Evergreen platforms, driven by their encrypted user interfaces, enable powerful and secure collaboration. Combined with world-class support and innovative professional services, Compunetics delivers the right solution every time. Learn more at Compunetics.com.
This is Tech Vibe Radio, your front row seat to Pittsburgh technology and innovation ecosystem. Tech Vibe is brought to you by Compunetics at Compunetics.com, Huntington Bank at Huntington.com, Kindling Culture Agency at thekindlingcultureagency.com, My Benefit Advisor at mybenefitadvisor.com, PNC Bank at pnc.com, Savior at savior.com, and Studio Me at studiomeproductions.com. Coming to you from the Huntington Bank studio, here is your host, Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council.
It's Jonathan Kirsting here with Tech Vibe. This is my favorite time of the year. I say it every year because when it's summer in Pittsburgh, to me, it means one thing. It means the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, which for Tech Vibe means we're going to nerd out about what I think is the coolest event in Pittsburgh. No strangers hanging out with us today. Dan Del Bianco from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. He's the man behind the madness. And one Mike Broker, who every year says, Jonathan, are we doing the Tech Vibe show? I'm like, yes Mike, we are.
Excellent. I think this is I think we started this in 2018.
It's been a while. Yeah, we're running up on our 10-year anniversary.
And
it's the 44-year anniversary. According to my super cool hat.
Right. How about that? Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan, for the nice
I should have brought my own.
I was going to say, rumor has it you have access to it. But we get so excited.
I have a box of them in my trunk.
I think you have a rule you got to hand out 2 or 3 before any place you go, just to make sure you spread the word.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I'm so excited to have both you guys here because I think this is a tremendous event, I would say for the entire region, because this is something that attracts people who live from everywhere to come see something that you just can't see anyplace else, which is the Vintage Grand Prix.
This year, we actually have a tech angle to this. Not a good one, though.
Okay.
Because a data center has bought Pit Race, and we're going to need to talk with Dan about that.
That's okay. There's going to be plans in the works. Dan and I were talking about this earlier before you came on.
Excellent.
But it's all a good thing.
And I want to, for the record, say, Bedford Management Partners, we design and build on-site power generation for data centers.
Well, there you go.
We have nothing to do with Pit Race. I couldn't look Dan in the eye here today if we would.
Oh, my goodness. I love that. First off, Dan, Always great to have you here. You always bring me something kind of cool, and you gave me a sticker for my car, so now I'm going to have 3 on the old Clubman, which I'm very excited about. So how long have you been with the Grand Prix for now?
24 years.
Oh, my goodness. Out of its 44 years. That is some yeoman's work. Mike, you've seen this guy. People are calling him. They're asking crazy questions. Every year, something diabolical happens. Bridges go out. Hillsides collapse. COVID happens.
Racetracks gets old.
Yeah.
And so it's a real tribute to the organization and to the volunteers and even to the city to keep this thing going.
Exactly.
The hoops we had to jump through last year to recircuit the track. So we did a hill climb and we did another track up over the oval.
I love that hill. That was fun.
And so the city changed that and we got it done. And now the bridge is going to be open. So we return to what we've done.
The old school track.
And in fact, we're returning more to even what we started in 1983. The start-finish line is going back.
Is it?
To the Shenley Park Visitor Center by Phipps.
Oh, interesting.
That's where it was.
That's where it was back in the day.
In the first 4 or 5 years it was there, and the paddock was in front of Phipps. But we've got too many cars and too many car haulers to fit all
in there. Yeah, no, that makes total sense. It is true. Yes. Mike.
So is the paddock still up where it has been?
Yeah.
And by the way, unfortunately, the voice of the paddock, Sam Lamanna, could not be here today.
I know.
We miss him again, but we'll love to hear his voice at the paddock.
He's always there. He's one of those people that represents the true community that comes together to make this happen. Like I said, the city comes through to make sure you can close the roads and do stuff. Volunteers from everywhere come in to make sure that it runs super smoothly. That's why I love this, and it's of course all things cars. And you don't have to be a huge fan of cars to get enjoyment out of it, because you can just appreciate fine art and enjoy it. I'm just saying there's no reason why someone shouldn't go down there on a beautiful summer day and just watch the action, eat some food, and just be part of it and make your donation to get in, because this all goes for a great cause. Your cause
is autism.
Yes, exactly, which is fantastic. People need to know that you raise money for a cause from this thing.
Yeah, we've raised over $7 million since 1983.
That's incredible.
For autism and IDD charities right here. And so I didn't want to forget, you talked about the car shows. We've got a new car show happening this year.
Yeah.
And so there's kind of an enthusiast crowd out there.
Yeah.
Some people call it the tuner crowd.
Yeah.
And the right-hand drive. And there's all these different subculture clubs out there. We don't have room to put all the clubs in, so we've created what we're calling the enthusiast grid.
I love it.
So it's a car show for all of those. So it's not,
cool.
you can have an American car, an Asian, a German car, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's for I'll say the younger crowd, but the enthusiast crowd. And we're pretty excited about it. Even the old timers at the Grand Prix, I thought maybe I'd get a little pushback. They said, this is the market. This is where we need to go to grow.
I love hearing that. That makes me excited.
Is this going to be on the weekend at Shenley, or is it somewhere?
So they get their own show area on the golf course.
On the golf course.
Yeah.
I love that. It's so cool. You're keeping up with the time, because you think about how everything has just changed dramatically over 44 years, tastes and different marks and all that kind of stuff. So now you're making sure you accommodate everybody.
And we're always trying to preach the message that it is a car show for everybody. We're sponsoring the Allegheny County Car Cruises this year. So Sunday was the Father's Day cruise at Heartwood Acres, 500-600 cars. And so I got a chance to talk to a lot of people, and they were surprised when I said, there's a space for every car that's here. We have an American car show. We've got the Asian car show. We do have all the clubs. So the Porsche Club has a show, the BMW Club. So that tends to be more of those club members.
Sure.
But you don't have to be in that show. They want to hang out together and have lunch and do whatever.
It's a reason to go, yeah.
But there's a spot for every car out there.
I love it.
And it's the best way to see the event, because you drive onto the golf course and park it. You're not parking in the streets and finding your way in.
That's how I do it every year. When I go, I bring one of my cars and I put it out there, and then my car is parked with all my compadres. And then I'm rolling out and I hang out with folks like Mike and everything else, and I see what's going on, and it just makes for a great day. But it's more than just a day. There's a whole series of events that leads up to this. We go through the calendar as to how it all starts, because it's right around the corner. It all starts.
So first event used to be Pit Race, so now it's the Black Tie Gala. It's at the Cayman Science Center.
Excellent.
And they'll be opening the Science of Speed, if you're familiar with that exhibit.
Perfect.
So it won't be fully open when we're there, but it opens in a couple of weeks. And so it's a sneak preview. So that's our first event, Saturday the 11th. The kickoff rally is Sunday the 12th. So the kickoff rally used to be a whole week before our 10 days.
Exactly.
Now it's within those 10 days.
Gotcha.
At Dual Devils Garage.
Been
Down
there.
in Houston, PA.
I've been there. Very cool place.
And then we move into the traditional car shows during the week. Monday is always Walnut Street.
Exactly right.
Tuesday is the car cruise at the waterfront, but also the Stampede in Sewickley.
The Stampede in Sewickley.
Yeah, it's a Stampede and Roundup. A couple of dozen cars drive through the streets of Sewickley and then park in front of Rose's Cantina and Hotel.
Very cool.
And it's a fundraiser as well.
Yes.
So actually 2 events on Tuesday.
On Tuesdays.
Wednesday has 2 events, the Downtown Car Show at PPG Place. And
I always love that event because in the morning sometimes I've been lucky to see some of the cars that are driving in for the day. And you're like, what's that E-Type Jag doing in downtown? Oh, he's going to the place. It's so much fun.
So you mentioned the Jag. The Jaguar is the mark of the year. It's our featured car. And the best part of that is the International Jaguar Festival is joining us.
Excellent. Will there be a special crack team of mechanics on to help our friends with the Jaguars? I couldn't
Probably. I think anyone that works on them.
Exactly.
But they're going to have their own concours on Saturday, and there's a car show for them. And then we've got a couple of fabulous Jaguars racing with us, including the E-Type that's on the poster this year.
There's nothing cooler than an E-Type.
So we've got people coming from all over the country for that festival, and there's a dinner on Friday. There's actually slalom and other events leading up to it. So it's a 4 or 5 day event. And to cap it off, Ian Callum, the ex-Jaguar designer, flying across the pond to join us.
Wow, that's Mike. Cool. He's classing it up over here. My goodness, jeez.
Yeah. How did you get Ian?
The Jaguar Club made the contact, and we reached out.
Passionate people with the right contacts. Obviously, they're like, I might know a chap that might like to come over. That's why this event is so cool, because you're bringing someone like that to Pittsburgh. For Pittsburgh folks that are all about their Jags and play Ohio and other places, they drive them all in, and Pittsburgh's the focal point of that.
It's
so
cool. I've always wanted to ask you, in terms of, you've got all of these events now, and of course the weekend, which is huge. Do you typically get the same people showing up at the different events? At Sewickley, you've got your Rolodex of the cars you're going to call, and we know they're showing up there. Or it's a logistic nightmare to begin with. And then you got all of these cars.
We try to keep it fresh with some different cars, but we also have some folks that support all of the events. But even Walnut Street Car Show, the idea is you don't get an invite every year. We try to roll it over and have some variety.
These are invite only.
Walnut and Stampede are invite only because it's a limited field. Just like the terminal down at the Strip District last week, because it's 32 cars. And if you open up registration, it'll be filled in a day, and it's not going to be a good cross.
And I love the idea of curating it as well, too, because you know the folks that are out there that have certain types of vehicles, and there's some people in Pittsburgh that have some pretty special cars. And knowing who that is and bringing the right combination of cars in, I think just makes for a very cool experience.
That's right. And so each person running those events, I love the word curated. It really does work. So I've got a couple of Jags, but I need some American Iron, but I've got to have some British sports cars and mix it up, some new exotics. And then we're always trying to bring race cars into the events as well.
That's always fun when you can do that. I remember the one year when you brought, I think it was Indy cars in.
Vintage Indy.
Yes. I'm sorry. I had never seen one up close before. And actually, it was funny. Mike and I actually saw Al Unser, who was smoking a cig on the track while standing next to his car. I was like, oh, he's tough. But it was really neat to see those cars up close.
Absolutely.
And hear them. It was just like something else.
And then you had I don't know if it was that year or after that, but the old racers that needed 2 people
the ragtime racers.
Yeah, the ragtime racers. That was awesome. Boy, those guys work to drive those cars.
They really do.
Oh,
it's two people to get them around the track. So we alternate back and forth with all of them. So one of those groups will be in with us next year.
Very cool. And that's why I say you always keep it fresh. You always keep it turning around. But this year to me is really exciting because you got the full course back again, which is really cool. Even having the full serpentine back, which is nice. For a while, the wall was falling down the hillside, so it was barricaded, so it made it really tight. sight.
Yeah, and where there were Jersey barriers, so it was a no passing yellow flag area.
Because some of the best action was passing in the serpentines back in there.
It really is. So
like,
we're back to that. No more caution flags.
Exactly.
Down through the serpentine.
Excellent.
It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be very exciting. And the bridge is open, so you're back to where you were, which I think is really cool. I am going to miss the hill climb, but rumor has it might come back in the future.
Yeah,
so.
what we're planning on starting next year is having a 3-day race.
Very
so Friday would be a hill climb and a test and tune for the vintage racers. And then for the weekend, it just gets to the vintage races. There's not enough time to fit more than the 6 race groups that we have.
It's so much to go on. Exactly. You cram a lot into a little bit of time.
Yeah, those race groups each go out twice a day. And so there's a lot of changeover. A lot of scheduling to be done.
Yeah, but that hill climb last year, I remember that GT40 going up that hill climb, and just a sight to behold.
Just to see a GT40 was like pretty amazing. Much less kind of hearing it really open itself up around some corners.
And so that Corvette was drifting through the course.
Who was drifting that thing?
Dirk Stratton.
That's the name of a guy that drifts a car, right?
Isn't it perfect?
I'm sorry. Like, if
it's a Hollywood name.
I'm going to change my name to Dirk when I'm going to do cool things in my car. Just call me Dirk.
So he's coming back, and we're going to have maybe another 7 or 8 drifters with him. So we'll do that at lunchtime.
Oh, cool.
We'll have the BMW ring taxi that always makes its runs. We'll have the drift cars go up, and then we're having those collegiate SAE teams. We've got Ford coming in to do that as well. So we're taking that lunch hour and making it kind of 90 minutes long to fit all of those entertaining things in.
Great.
And so those 3 groups will all be paddocked in front of Phipps. And so the crowd can see all of that and interact as they do the rides.
Saturday or Sunday?
It'll be both days at lunchtime.
Okay.
And the plan is to also, for a donation, to get a ride as a passenger in one of the drift cars.
Oh, my.
That would be
you
fun.
get to ride with Dirk shotgun. And you can have your face pushed against the glass the entire time. How much fun is that? My goodness. After 44 years of this, you're keeping it fresh there, Dan.
You try.
Yeah, no, it's doing a lot. And like I said, this is something I just think it really just centers the city in some.
But it is important to keep the events where they are.
Yes.
We had to move one event one time.
Yeah.
And it really caused some
believe
issues.
it. Absolutely.
Well, and we've got pit race.
Let's talk about pit race a little bit. Yeah, because that was something that
to.
always, just for a quick second.
Okay.
Just because people have always knew that it's kind of started the race off, but of course the land was sold, which happens and it's fine. So the racetrack's no longer. But I think the idea is, I bet you in a few years, we're going to see some sort of a really cool replacement that will take its place at some point.
Yeah, there are rumors of folks building tracks here, or we could go to an airport and do the race there. There's also some local tracks we could go to as well.
Yeah.
So that's something that we will have ready for 2027.
That's cool.
To have an alternative to what we've done. But I really miss pit race now as we're getting close to the event. That was always such a big part of what we did.
Exactly.
And to think that it's not there.
It's just a change of pace now. It's just different. But I'm going to go back and say, to me, the heart of it has always been going to Shenley Park. I like the Shenley Park side of things, so I'm not feeling any loss there, Mike.
It's all right.
Well, it's a different class of car, too.
Exactly.
Totally. And then it's racing enthusiasts.
Yes.
As opposed to, this is more of a concours field. You've got the wonderful car show as part of it. And seeing these cars on city streets that were 50, 60, 70 years old, and these aren't cheap cars, and these guys are just putting the pedal to the metal and making it happen, and it's just a really fun experience to be up close and personal with that.
So the one event that I didn't cover as I was moving through the week is Thursday is the garden party.
The garden? I've never heard of this one.
So So this will be the 3rd year we do it at Phipps. So it's the Thursday before race weekend. So we fill the front lawn with tents and special cars, and you can go into Phipps. And so it's trackside. Now the whole focus is what happens on Shenley. We're there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and
Very
Sunday.
Cool. I love it. So what happens the day after? How long of a vacation do you go on?
One of the hardest days is certainly Friday setup day.
Yeah.
But Monday, tearing things down. There's only a small handful of us that have the energy left to go there and do the cleanup on it. And then there's still the rest of that week of making sure things get returned.
Exactly.
They pick up the signs and the porta johns and the cranes,
the Jersey barriers,
and all of that,
the bales of hay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's usually not till a full week after.
Then you take your vacation. Good, because you work so hard throughout the year to make this happen.
And our volunteers too.
Yes,
I mean, a lot of them take the whole week off as a vacation.
Do they really? That's their way of really getting into it.
That's why it's important to keep the rhythm of those shows.
Exactly, keeping the way they go.
And these volunteers are so dedicated.
They're incredible.
Sam has been doing what he's doing for over 20 years. And Steve Strubing before him was in the 30s.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
We still have 25 volunteers that were here in 1983.
That's amazing.
That are still volunteering.
See, that's saying something right there. But goes to show you, man, people are pretty cool. They like to show up and do stuff in the Grand Prix.
And that's what's so unique is that the volunteers to pull it off in the city to allow us to continue to hold this event is terrific.
A fun conversation. I'm just so excited. Dan, tip my hat to you, because you do a lot of work around this, your team, the volunteers, everybody, to make this happen. You make it look easy. And it's one of these things that makes Pittsburgh proud, man, because this is seriously good stuff. And you keep me entertained and out of trouble in the summertime.
It helps
as well as Mike over there,
to have a love for the event and for the sport, too.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And Mike and I are going to be out there. We always bring some of our friends and try to get people there. I'm trying to decide, do I bring the Mini or do I bring the VW?
I think you ought to buy a Jaguar. You have 4 wheels.
Fun story. My mom, God rest her soul, she had an 89 Jaguar Van den Pla, Micah Red, one of the only two made that color. And that car was gorgeous, man. Like,
how did it run?
It was in the shop a lot. It went through a lot of electrics. It went through quite a few alternators, if I remember correctly. But you know what? It didn't matter because it was a beautiful car.
It is a beautiful car.
As simple as that. I'm really glad to see Jag as the market. Jag makes some really cool stuff.
It does.
And they are very iconic without a doubt. So good stuff, guys. You are the best. Thanks for hanging out with me today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So much fun having these conversations. Absolutely love it. It's been Jonathan Kirsting. I cannot wait to see you on the next one.
Thanks for geeking out with us on Tech Vibe Radio. Tune in next Sunday for more tech and innovation stories right here from Pittsburgh. Get Tech Vibe wherever you get your podcasts and never miss a show. Tech Vibe is brought to you by the generous support of Compunetics at Compunetics.com, Chorus Call at ChorusCall.com, Highmark at Highmark.com, Huntington Bank at Huntington.com, The Kindling Culture Agency at TheKindlingAgency.com, PNC Bank at PNC.com, Savior at Savior.com, and Studio Me at StudioMeProductions.com. Tech Vibe proudly broadcasts from the Huntington Bank Studios.
The preceding was paid for by the Pittsburgh Technology Council. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Allegheny County Police have charged a man in connection with a stabbing on the 4th of July in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler is in custody currently awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 on Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a local hospital. Police say an altercation occurred inside a home between the two men, which led to the stabbing.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Well, weather-wise, we can forget 90-degree temperatures for today. We're only going to get to a high of 85, but there is a chance, of course, of some rain and thunderstorms starting in Sunday afternoon into the evening, so be on the lookout for that. And those storms could bring some flooding, downpours, and localized damaging wind gusts. Again, the high 85 today. Right now, it's 69 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Rob Taylor. Next update's at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Cranberry Wealth. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
Welcome to the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with investment advisor representative Kelton Burgess, where we think like Wall Street without leaving Main Street. Each episode, Kelton explores key topics such as investment planning, income strategies, and wealth management. Get real-world advice without the stress, real tips, real talk, and no need for second-guessing. And now, the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess.
Welcome into the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show. My name is Casey. I'm alongside Kelton every week here on the show as he helps us really cut through the noise and make smarter, more confident decisions when it comes to our retirement. Kelton, always great to be back with you. How are we doing this weekend?
Good morning, Pittsburgh. Let's get her done. How are you doing, Casey?
I'm doing great, and I'm ready to get to it because we've got some great stuff that I want to cover today with you. So I don't want us to delay, but as we get started, I do want our listeners to go ahead and jot down our phone number, 724-302-5933. And that number is very important because Kelton has set aside a limited number of openings for his complimentary retirement consultation. Now, this is exclusive for our radio listeners, and the way to get scheduled for yours is to dial 724-302-5933. And Kelton, I want you to talk to us a little bit about this consultation, what's involved, what can people expect, why is it so important and so valuable to take this first meeting when planning for your retirement?
Well, I think it's, everybody needs to do this, whether you have a good relationship with somebody that you've been working with for a limited amount of time or somebody that you've been working with for years. We are your specialists in this regard. What we want to do is really assess what's going on in your world. We want to listen. We want to find out what your concerns are. I almost think of it as a first date. It's not a forever meeting. It's a consultation and a conversation. We are going to listen to your concerns, where you hope to be in the future. Are you entering retirement? Are you thinking about maybe retiring? Maybe you already did retire. Is your portfolio working the way you wanted it to? Maybe the solutions that they put in place several years ago are not necessarily aligning with what your goals and your suitability and your dreams are for today. So what we want to do is just have a consultation, maybe a cup of coffee, maybe some cookies. Let's talk about you. Let's get to know you. And let's get to find out if there's a good fit. Cranberry Wealth is a family-oriented, faith-based financial services firm. Wow, that's a lot of F's.
I know. Say that 5 times fast, Kelton.
I know. No, thank you. But what we want to do is we just want to see, are we a good fit? Are we speaking the same language? Are we copacetic? Are we Pittsburghers? Are we coming from the same areas and walks of life? And do we have a common goal? And how can Cranberry Wealth help you put you on the right path to make the best choices in retirement?
I want to emphasize, too, that this is a very low-pressure, no-pressure conversation. You can sit down with Kelton. You can talk on the phone. You can meet on Zoom, whatever you're comfortable with. But Kelton's a local professional. He knows this retirement landscape locally, which is so, so important. His office is in Cranberry Township. But you can talk with him. You can ask him your questions, and you can gain a clearer picture of where you stand and what adjustments might make sense for you. So I encourage you not to wait. Go ahead. Snag your spot while we've got him, 724-302-5933. Or if online is an easier route for you, you can find us at cranberrywealth.com. Just click the contact tab, fill out your information. Make sure you say you heard us on the radio, and then a Cranberry Wealth teammate will reach out directly to you. and they'll get you started that way. All right, Kelton, you ready to jump in?
I'm excited.
I'm excited too, and I want to kick it off with something that I think is on a lot of people's minds, and it's one of those topics that can sound kind of like a future me problem until you realize that it's actually a right now planning problem, because people are living longer and retirement is lasting longer than it used to. That's a fact. And one new study from John Hancock even suggests that a 40-year retirement could be our
40
years. That could be our new norm. So I'm wondering your thoughts on this, Kelton. Do you think that's a realistic expectation for retirees, or is this more of a scare tactic that this study's putting out here?
Well, a lot of people work for 30, 40, sometimes 50 years. Could you imagine 40 years of retirement? Maybe what we should do is have our retirement at 20 and then go to work at 60. I'm not necessarily sure, but I don't think it works that way.
An idea.
There was a great article in Money. It said, and I think that's what you're referring to, is the new retirement reality in 2026. And it's talking about 40 years of retirement. Wow. The truth of the matter is, it's not hype. It's longevity is actually the driver. People are healthier and healthier and healthier. We don't smoke cigarettes anymore, not hitting the bottle all the time. And people are living longer and often, retiring earlier than planned. This is a problem because it stretches retirement timelines significantly. The combination is why experts say a 40-year retirement is increasingly becoming the normal, not just rhetorical. But we're all concerned, how do we make that money last? How do we not outlive our money? And if I retire at 60 or 62 and I'm supposed to live to be 90 or 100 years old, how do we make that happen?
Well, so since we're now planning for longer than ever retirements, I would think that our approach to planning has to evolve with that as well. So what sort of planning issues or what sort of concerns could a longer retirement create for people? What do we need to be aware of?
Well, our landscape for retirement is definitely different than what our parents was or what our grandparents was. Back in the day, you worked at a company for 30 or 40 or 50 years and you got out of that company and they continued to send a paycheck every single month. That was a pension. And people were so much happier with pensions.
Those were the days.
Oh, the good old days. And unless you're tied to, the government or the trade unions or some sort of, medicine, you're probably not getting a pension today.
Yeah.
In fact, it's like literally 7% of Americans even have a pension anymore, which means that we are just entirely reliant upon our personal savings in that little Social Security check. As pensions disappear, retirement income is leaning heavily on what you were able to save. And that combined with a small Social Security check, that puts people they're worried. The shift means that retirees must self-fund more years, making longer retirements more plausible, but they're more riskier than ever. We see some people, they come in here and it's pretty much the standard. I wish, coulda, shoulda, woulda, shoulda saved more money, et cetera, et cetera. But what we have to do is work with the lay of the land that we have right now. How do we take what you have and make sure that we can parlay that into a lifetime income stream or at least some safe money? People come in here and I look at their portfolios, and that's part of our complementary retirement analysis. And they have 90%, 100% of all of their personal savings and retirement assets in positions that are subject to market volatility. And that's a problem. And Kang, pick up the phone and give us a call. Let's go through the minutia. Let's figure out, how do we make this money last for 40 years? Because at Cranberry Wealth, that's our goal. We all want you to live to be 100. We want you to be on the Smucker's jar on Good Morning America. And that's what we're trying to do here.
724-302-5933 is that phone number. Now, Kelton, if retirement could last longer than we expect, then every decision that we're making along the way carries a little bit more weight. And that brings me to tax strategy, because it's not only about our income in retirement, it's about how much of that income you get to keep. So I want to talk about the Roth IRA for a moment. Contributing to a Roth IRA does have its limits. At age 50 and older, you're only allowed to contribute up to $8,600, including your catch-up contribution. And if you make too much, I'm talking $168,000 a year for singles, $252,000 a year if you're married, you are shut out entirely. But all is not lost. We've got wealth planner Tim Steffen on Morningstar saying there's still an option called a backdoor Roth. Let's take a listen.
If you're not able to contribute because your income's too high and you don't have any IRA dollars to convert, the back door is a way to do that. So you put money into the traditional IRA and then wait some period of time, sometimes a day, sometimes longer, depending on what people want to do. And then you convert that to a Roth IRA. So backdoor Roth isn't really a thing. It's really just a traditional contribution followed by a conversion, which anybody can do that. That's a perfectly legitimate strategy.
So it sounds pretty straightforward, Kelton, but I'm curious what could go wrong if somebody tries a backdoor Roth on their own and they, unfortunately overlook those small details that come along with it.
The term backdoor Roth seems so they need to come up with a better term for that. It sounds like nefarious and
sneaky.
It's a backdoor Roth. There's a great, for those of you that want to know what that means, it's not the golden answer. Okay, it works sometimes, it doesn't work all times, and there are a bunch of problems and mistakes that anybody that's trying to do this on their own can actually encounter. If you can't buy it at Home Depot or Lowe's, don't try to do it on your own. This is what professionals are there for. And if you don't believe me, read the article on Go Banking Rates. It's called Retirement Planning. Avoid these 7 backdoor Roth IRA mistakes. Get a little bit of background. If you want us to teach you what those mistakes can be, set that time to talk with us. But the backdoor Roth, it's basically, do you want to pay your taxes now, early to Uncle Sam, or do you not want to? The traditional money manager and advisor, they kind of try to, they try to get you into the office talking about this backdoor Roth or super mega backdoor. There is actually a thing. Guys, it doesn't work for everyone, okay? As a matter of fact, our office believes that if you crunch the numbers and actually do the math, a Roth conversion just means you're paying your IRA taxes today so that they become non-taxable later. But if you and your spouse are thinking about doing this, you do realize you have to be both living into your late 70s and 80s for this to actually make financial sense. You see, a backdoor Roth isn't a special account. It's a specific 2-step process. What most people don't fully understand is that in that sequence, they can misuse the strategy and end up owing taxes they weren't expecting to owe. Don't you remember? Because this is taking a traditional IRA, a 401k, a 403, all of those qualified tax-deferred accounts. And what it's saying is, I'm just going to yank out that money today and pay Uncle Sam his taxes. Those are tax-deferred accounts. And anytime we convert, quote unquote, it means you're basically just taking it out and paying the taxes today, which could have a serious effect.
Okay, so I want to ask you more specifically about the taxes when we're talking about them in relation to a Roth conversion. So is there a potential impact on somebody's individual taxes when it comes to a Roth conversion?
Absolutely, because there's what's called the IRS pro rata rule. And one of the biggest mistakes is overlooking other IRA money. You see, since the IRS looks at all of your IRA balances, whether it's an annuity over here or a 401k that you left over there or this IRA, et cetera, they add all of those balances together when determining taxes on a conversion. If you have a pre-tax IRA dollars elsewhere, part or even most of the backdoor Roth conversion can suddenly become taxable, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of doing this in the first place.
Clearly, there is so much to consider when it comes to doing a backdoor Roth or Roth conversion, and it's already clear to me that this should not be a DIY project, but I'm wondering what other concerns retirees should be aware of or be considering before they decide on making a Roth conversion.
You know, Casey, I love surprises. My wife, for my 50th birthday, she held a surprise birthday party for me. I love surprises in the mail, but I do not like surprise taxes.
You got to draw the line somewhere, Kelton.
Draw the line somewhere, and that's a hard line right there. You see, small oversights, like rollover IRAs or, forgotten accounts, little orphan accounts, sometimes we call them, they can trigger unexpected tax bills. Surprise. And these are easy to miss. People are focusing on the new contribution going into that backdoor Roth, and they forget about sometimes those orphaned accounts. Again, like I said, this is not a do-it-yourself thing. All right, you can read Morningstar articles until you're blue in the face. You can watch Jim Cramer and CNBC until you're blue in the face. But please do not confuse your ability to type things into Google and look it up on ChatGPT with actually sitting with a licensed professional. And that's what we do at Cranberry Wealth. We have a licensed team that are helping you. Is this a right decision for you? I know everybody's heard of these Roth IRA conversions. Is it right for you? Financial planning is not a one-size-fits-all. It is a specifically tailored plan for you and your retirement dreams. And you have to sit down with a professional. And I'd love to have that conversation with you. But right now is the time. Tomorrow may be too late. Money moves quickly. Money doesn't come with instructions. And we're here to help guide you through the right decisions, the wrong decisions, and make the right plan for you. But it starts by picking up the phone right now and dialing 724-302-5933. Again, that number is 724-302-5933, or find us on the internet at cranberrywealth.com. Love to have a conversation with you.
So for wrapping up this conversation, Kelton, about Roth conversions, about the backdoor Roth, what's the right way that you want people to think about this? Do you want them to think about it as a one-time move, or you want them to think about it as something that needs to fit into their bigger tax and retirement strategy? I'm leaning towards the latter here.
You are correct, Casey. This is not a one-time, let's convert, $500,000 worth of our IRAs, because that's going to jack your income tax bracket up immensely. All right, you might go from paying 12% taxes to 22 or 24 to 30, et cetera, et cetera. Sometimes we look at the tax brackets. Now, right now, tax brackets are set for at least the next couple years. We have the lay of the land set up, and right now is the opportunity to take time to make a plan to put a systematic conversion in process, if the conversion is right for you. Now, we don't want to do this at all at one time. We want to work within our tax brackets, our limits. We don't want surprises. Little love letters coming from the IRS is never a good thing to open and find in your mailbox. But it all starts with working with a professional team, and that's what we love to help you do.
And that number to do it at 724-302-5933. Exactly what Kelton is saying is why tax strategies are not one size fits all, and they're definitely not something that you want to take a guess on, because one small misstep can create a huge tax headache that could follow you for years to come. So if you're trying to figure out how to be smarter about your taxes in retirement, this is a perfect time to get a second opinion, to get that second set of eyes on your strategy, on your plan. 724-302-5933. Dial that number right now. Take advantage of Kelton's complimentary retirement consultation he's offering just for our radio listeners. Remember, it's a low-pressure discovery conversation. It can be on the phone or in person, whatever you are comfortable with, but it's where you can ask Kelton your questions. He can help you get that clarity and make sure that the moves you're considering actually fit your bigger retirement game plan. So time to dial is right now, and that phone number again, 724-302-5933, or head to cranberrywealth.com. Click that contact button, share a little bit about yourself with us, and then the team will reach out to get you scheduled. All right, Kelton, so we've talked about the long haul. We've talked about a very specific tax move that can go off the rails if you're not careful. Now, let's zoom out to the market itself, because even when you're doing all the right things, so to speak, it can still feel like the market is just kind of out there doing whatever it wants. And so I wanted to talk about how Berkshire Hathaway recently held their annual meeting, and for the first time in 60 years, retired CEO Warren Buffett was not on the stage. He watched from the audience, but CNBC later asked him how he sees the stock market right now. So I want us to take a listen to Warren real quick.
I've compared the markets to a church with a casino attached, and people can move between the church and casino. And I would say there are more people in the church and more people in the casino, but the casino's gotten very attractive to people. It's gambling, just totally. So we've never had people in a more gambling mood than now, but that doesn't mean that investing is terrible.
So my question is, Kelton, if the market mood feels more like gambling than investing right now, what guardrails should retirees have in place? What are your thoughts?
Well, I love hearing from the Oracle himself.
Me too.
And I miss the old man, and I tell you what, he's a cornerstone in our industry here. Mm-hmm. But he's right. People don't see it that way, but Wall Street is, I talk to my clients, and this is part of our education, is looking at the market slightly differently. There are no guarantees. If anybody tells you they know what the market's going to do, they're probably fibbing. I can guarantee the market's going to do one of two things. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down. Yeah. But historically, it is like a roller coaster. It's up and down and up and down. Anybody that turns on the TV in the past, since January, has seen that. Now, the definition of investing in something that's uncertain is gambling. It's no different than going down to the casino. Maybe you turn a large stack or a small stack of chips into a large stack of chips. Mm-hmm. What do you have to do to win at the casino? You have to take those winnings and leave the casino. People don't see their investments like they see chips on the table. They don't see it that they're making these money decisions based upon an uncertain, unknown outcome. And it is gambling. There are no surefire bets. That's why all of those disclosures on all of our financial documents say that there are no guarantees of returns. But when the market is feeling like a casino, retirees should prioritize structural, rule-based guidelines rather than trying to time the market. Timing the market almost never works. The only way that the best possible chance for earnings in the market are playing the long game. But the primary danger in 2026 is the sequence of those returns, meaning the ups and downs. Experience a significant market decline early in retirement can make it harder for a portfolio to recover. So that's why we talk about cash. You know, everybody needs that sleep number cash. You know what I mean? You know, for emergencies, you never know when you're going to need to put a $30,000 roof on or, buy a new car or replace the furnace. We like to see at least a minimum for our retirees, 1 year minimum of living expenses. If you're spending $5,000 a year for your overhead, I want $60,000 in some sort of high yield savings account, money market, et cetera, et cetera. Ideally, 2 years. And the reason is that we can pay for our life. I don't want you to dip into that investment account and God forbid the market's down, we'll never be able to recover. So building this cash reserve using interest and dividends rather than selling capital is essential.
Okay, so we want to have that cash buffer in place as a guardrail. So should things go sideways, we've got it sitting there. That makes sense. So what about our withdrawals, Kelton? What can we put in place there?
Well, we talk about this 4% rule, 5% rule. I'm not a big rule guy. All right, I want my clients to go out and spend their money. I want them to have their lifestyle. We have a saying, if you're not going to fly first class, well, your children are going to. So might as well take advantage of it.
Right.
But avoid fixed percentages. All right, I've got an account with X, and I've got to pull out $4,000. No, use dynamic spending rules. If the market drops, trim off your non-essential travel. Maybe we wait till next year to go to Europe. Reduce the strain on your portfolio. Morningstar has a case-based safe starting withdrawal of basically 4%. But this assumes you have flexibility and the ability to reduce your spending during the bad years. And that's why that cash account is so important. But implementing those rules, setting upper and lower thresholds, if the portfolio exceeds that, due to a boom, well, go buy a new car. But if it drops, we don't want to be yanking money out. That's why we need that cash buffer zone.
All right, so we got our cash buffer. We've got a flexible withdrawal strategy. How about our portfolio structure? Any guardrails that we can put in place there to help?
Absolutely. Now, we talk about this all the time. Your traditional money advisor, your money manager, their world is Wall Street. That is stocks, bonds, ETFs, and mutual funds. And we used to use, staggering bonds or laddering bonds to maturity so that we can have predictable income streams. But anybody that knows the bond market knows that they're subject to interest rates. All right. The longer the term on a bond, the more subjected it is to interest rates, the more sensitive it is. And we do not have inflation under control yet, guys. And the Fed, it'd be nice if they would reduce interest rates, but the only way to battle inflation is to raise interest rates. And interest rate hikes can have a severe effect on your bond portfolio. Sometimes we also look at REITs and, we look at high-quality dividend stocks. But even those blue-chip stocks that are paying every year, that's really not always the most money that we need. So we look to rebalance strategically. We look to other sources off of Wall Street, whether that's banknotes, structured notes, treasuries, or even the use of annuities, which I know it's a dirty word, but they can certainly provide a guaranteed, consistent income and principal protection to supplement that retirement lifestyle for you. But it's all, a mix. It's all trying to figure out what we have available and what works right for you.
Lastly, I want to ask you about our behavior because we know our emotions and then our behaviors because of those emotions can play a big role in retirement. So is there anything there, Kelton, that we can be aware of or enact when it comes to our specific behaviors to help us kind of stay the course?
Absolutely. And this is really where we excel at Cranberry Wealth. We have to put a plan together for you, and you have to have the faith and the understanding of that plan, but more importantly, the discipline to stick to the plan. there's what's called FOMO. Have you heard of this? It's called fear of missing out.
But of course.
You know,
what the
I
kids
know,
are
the
saying.
grass is greener on the other side, or, I've got to have this, I've got to have that. Chasing high-risk trends like meme stocks or cryptocurrency, well, that's more akin to gambling than anything else I know. Now, I'm not saying that, crypto might not play a place in the future, or, token coins or anything like that may not have an effect that positively helps your portfolio. But look what happened to Bitcoin. It went from 129,000 to a share to like 79,000 a coin right now. It's volatile. Stay focused on your long-term goals. Understand that while 2026 has high market valuations and volatility, historically, major markets do decline. Eventually, they do bounce back, though. So what goes up comes down, what goes down comes back up. But let's talk about how we can also implement the other strategies, like your tax opportunities. In a down market, considering harvesting capital losses to offset some capital gains, or in those years, maybe it's convert from a traditional IRA to a Roth IRA. There's so many pieces that have to play together in a good plan to help you maximize your portfolio and maximize your retirement years that it's impossible to try and navigate this all on your own. Please, again, leave it to Home Depot and Lowe's. If you can buy it there, maybe it's a do-it-yourself project. But that's why we love to help our retirees. We are a retirement investment firm here. At Cranberry Wealth, we love to help people put a plan together. We love to help educate them about their investments and teach them about how their money works. We would love to have that conversation with you. That's why we have this radio show. We're trying to help our listeners by taking advantage of this opportunity right now for our first 5 callers to dial 724-302-5933. If any of this makes sense to you, or if you're interested in any of these topics we've talked about, I cannot encourage you more to pick up the phone right now and dial 724-302-5933. Let's have a talk together.
And if it doesn't interest you and it doesn't make sense to you, that's all the more reason to have a conversation with Kelton as well, so he can help you gain some clarity, help you gain some understanding. 724-302-5933. It all starts for you with that discovery conversation directly with Kelton. 724-302-5933. When you dial that number today, that's going to connect you with a Cranberry Wealth teammate standing by, ready to take your call and find that next convenient time on the calendar. Remember, Kelton's local. His office is in Cranberry Township, and he is ready to help you find that best path forward on retirement. All you have to do is be the one to make the call. 724-302-5933, or you can always find us online as well at cranberrywealth.com. You just click that contact tab, share your info, and the team will reach out directly to get you scheduled. That's going to do it for us this week here on the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show. But Kelton and I will be back next week, same time, same place, with more retirement insight for Pittsburgh. But until then, Kelton, my friend, I'm going to throw it back over to you to take us out today. You've got the final word.
Well, thanks, everybody, for listening in again. We're going to be here again next week, but I can't tell you, procrastination is the thief of your tomorrows. At Cranberry Wealth, we want to partner with you. Let's start by just first having a conversation. I think that's fair. Give me a little bit of your time. I'll give you a little bit of my time. No pressure, no obligation. Give us a call at 724-302-5933. Again, that's 724-302-5933. You guys have a wonderful week.
Insurance products are offered through the insurance business Cranberry Wealth. Cranberry Wealth is also an investment advisory practice that offers products and services through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor. IPW does not offer insurance products. The insurance products offered by Cranberry Wealth are not subject to investment advisor requirements. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Any references to protection, safety, or lifetime income generally refer to fixed insurance products, never securities or investments. Insurance guarantees are backed by the financial strength and claims, paying abilities of the issuing carrier. This radio show is a paid placement. It is not intended to be used as the sole basis for financial decisions, nor should it be construed as advice designed to meet the particular needs of an individual's situation. Cranberry Wealth is not permitted to offer, and no statement made during the show shall constitute tax or legal advice. Our firm is not affiliated with or endorsed by the U.S. government or any governmental agency. The information and opinions contained herein provided by third parties have been obtained from sources believed to be reliable, but accuracy and completeness cannot be guaranteed by Cranberry Wealth.
The proceeding was paid for by Cranberry Wealth. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 69 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police were called to East Liberty late Saturday night to disperse a crowd of about 150 juveniles, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space. Pittsburgh Public Safety says the officers' commands were largely ignored, and some people in the crowd began to throw fireworks at nearby officer vehicles. Eventually, after about an hour, police were able to get the crowd to dissipate around 1 o'clock this morning. This all happened in the 5900 block of Penn Avenue. One adult male was arrested, and a juvenile male was detained, transported to a local hospital, and Public Safety says that juvenile male will eventually be cited. Now, the 25-minute fireworks display at the Point last night dazzled the tens of thousands in attendance. Show was delayed nearly a half hour, though, due to some thunderstorms that rolled through the downtown area earlier in the evening, and the lightning across the sky caused the delays. There was heavy rain that prompted the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra to cancel its free performance Saturday afternoon at Arts Landing, which had been set to start at 6 o'clock. And due to some of those severe thunderstorms in our area yesterday evening, Duquesne Light reporting just under around 1,100 people still without power this morning, combined in Allegheny and Beaver counties. An ultralight aircraft crashed into a tree Saturday morning in Fayette County. That crash happened around 10:50 Saturday morning in Dunbar Township. The pilot, a 75-year-old man from Connellsville, was flown to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital, where his condition this morning remains unclear. The cause of that crash is under investigation. Allegheny County Police have charged a man in connection with a stabbing on the 4th of July in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler is in custody awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 on Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a local hospital. Police say an altercation occurred inside a home between the two men, which led to the stabbing. KDK Radio News Time, 7:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman.
A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fall gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, mainly late and perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low of 69, followed by showers and another gusty thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 82, with some sun returning Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time to get greened. Doug Oster is here. All natural, no pesticides, no artificial ingredients. The Organic Gardener is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's back in the saddle again. We'll get to Doug in just a moment. DougOster.com, the Organic Gardener. It's your Pratt Pack. Let's make the 10th caller a winner of a $25 gift certificate from Sorgles, 412-922-1020. We have a guest coming up in our next segment, but you always have an opportunity to talk to Doug, too, at 866-391-1020. Welcome back.
Thanks so much. We do have a guest after the first segment here. Linda Smith is author of a really cool book called The Peach Thief that I just loved. And after we listen to her, I'll tell you how you can win a copy of her book. And before I talk about my visit to Poland, I've got a very exciting day today. I will be at Hahn Nursery for Doug Day. Hooray! It's the annual Doug Day, Hahn Nursery, 1 to 3. I'm going to help you shop while we talk gardening, find some good deals, and some deer-resistant plants, too. I've got some free, rare heirloom lettuce seeds for you, along with a bunch of the latest garden books. I'm giving them all away, first come, first serve. They're having a huge native plant sale. Also, a flash sale on some really nice-looking, unique hot peppers in 3-inch pots for $1 a piece. Limit 5 per customer, and all the deals are just 1 day only. Come out today at Hahn Nursery from 1 to 3. It's going to be fun. We've got a tent set up, and I love this day. I love being able to help people, me, find deals. And so come on out. I got back from Poland a couple days ago, and it was a wonderful trip. We saw these amazing gardens. I had just the best group. We had just had so much fun. But there was a hiccup with the flights. So I'm always waiting last when we get, and everybody gets out of the plane, and it's a very tight connection from Helsinki to London.
Right.
And so I get everybody through, and I'm with another traveler. All my other travelers, they got their boarding pass when we were in Poland flying back. 2 of us didn't get them. And every stop, I'm like, can you print me a boarding pass? They're like, no, it won't print. I'm like, why? No, it just won't print. Just get it in London. Well, the flight takes a little longer than expected out of Helsinki, and as soon as we land in London, everybody's like waiting. I'm like, no, don't wait. I'll wait for anybody. Go, because this is tight. Walking through the airport, I see my last. I'm going up to the counter to get with this woman to get my boarding pass, and I'm watching the last person go through security, and the guy looks at it, and he goes, oh, they already offloaded you. I got to call somebody. He calls, and he just goes, oh, no worries. Hangs up. He goes, oh, you can't get on. I'm like, what do you mean? I mean, they're right there. I've got 15 people, 17 people that I'm taking through here. And he was like, no, you can't get on. He goes, besides, you flew in here on 2 Finnair airplanes, and so you got to talk to them. But they don't have a counter presence here. They won't be at the counter, so you'll have to call them. So I spent an hour calling them. I got booked for the next day, the flight London to Pittsburgh, which is an awesome direct flight. If you're going to go to Europe, take that flight. It's awesome. This was just a mix-up on their part. I finally talked to Finnair. They said, oh, no, it's a British Airways ticket. We can't do anything. You're going to have to go back to them to get, okay, so I go back. And by this time, the line to the gate agent is like an hour long. I'm like, oh, and hadn't eaten, so I was hangry. And I start to get in line, and this woman's there from British Airways. She's like, what's going on? I said, didn't print the boarding pass. We missed our flight. We're going to be stuck in London for a night. What are we going to do? She just grabs our passports, goes and gets us 2 vouchers for hotel rooms and to travel to the hotel room and to eat that night.
Oh, wow.
So, it was a combination of incompetence and then just being so nice, just being nice. So it was wild. It was great. So we're stuck in London for a day with me and one other person. And I know her pretty well. She's a volunteer at Phipps. And I say, we got to be back at the airport at 1:40 p.m. We're going to be up. Let's take an Uber and go into London and go to Kew Gardens.
Nice.
And spend the morning at Kew Gardens. And there's this thing at Kew Gardens that I'm just obsessed with. It's called the Marianne North Gallery. And she was an artist during the Victorian era, traveled on her own through all these jungles and stuff, making these beautiful paintings. There are over 800 paintings in this gallery. And so my friend Edie, I said, let's go to the garden. Let me show you this gallery. If it's not your thing, go off to the Rose Garden. I'll meet you in the Rose Garden. But she just loved the gallery, just loved it, and seeing her work. And just that, for me, every time I'm at that gallery, I think this is probably the last time I'll see it. You never know if you're going to get back to London. So it was just awesome. And then we spent the second half of our time there just looking and smelling the most fragrant roses you could imagine. I posted everything on Facebook. And one in Poland, though, the people are wonderful. The food is amazing, not overrun with tourists. It was absolutely wonderful. Saw some amazing gardens. And in one of the gardens, I was walking around, and there were these greenhouses in the back. And one greenhouse, it was filled with nothing but ivy. Hundreds and hundreds of ivies. And I know that the Hahn family had patented lots of ivies. And so I started, this is a real plant nerd thing, looking at every name on the ivies until I came up and I saw Hahn's variegated ivy. And I was like, oh, there's the first one. Then I saw one called Pittsburgh, then Golden Pittsburgh, then Dark Pittsburgh, all the way in Poland. And so I posted about that. I just thought that was so cool. And then in another garden in Krakow, I found they also patented a bunch of Sansevieria, which is mother-in-law's tongue. And so there I saw Golden Hanii. And so what they did, way back, this guy named Sylvan Hahn in the 30s and 40s, they made these things called dish gardens. And so you'd be, in some other state, and you would order your dish garden, and he had these big, giant greenhouses in Millvale and all over, and it was filled with mother-in-law's tongue, little ones, and ivies, and other plants, little house plants you would get in a little glass thing that they'd ship to you, and you put it on your windowsill. Well, they'd have like 500,000 plants come in, and when they would see an ivy or a Sansevieria that was unique and different, they would take it out, they would propagate it, see how it did, and then they would patent it because it's a natural mutation. And they've got like 30 patents. And so when I do travel to these places and see that stuff, like a Pittsburgh thing all the way in Poland, it's just the coolest thing. But also the saddest thing in Poland was seeing Auschwitz. That was a very moving experience. And I was so disturbed that when I posted something, I got a lot of like anti-Semitic and Holocaust denier posts. And I guess I'm naive. I didn't think of that because I was only thinking of walking out of Auschwitz with just this profound sense of sadness of the atrocities of the Holocaust. I didn't think that I would get all this blowback, but lots of positive comments, and just like as I said, just very moving and very important that is still there, that we can see it. And as I said in my post, never forget.
Absolutely, never forget. That's why those folks would have been blocked immediately as far as I'm concerned. And I've been talking about this type of stuff all weekend. We need to move forward in our country. All right, listen, we are going to come back with a special guest. We got lots more to come today. Don't forget, we're here till 1 o'clock, another big marathon Sunday. Your Pratt Pack underway with Doug, Sunday morning, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates defeated Washington 7-1. 2 teams again today in the nation's capital and on 93.7 The Fan. Paul Skeens selected once again to the All-Star Game. World Cup yesterday, Monaco eliminated Canada 3-0. France over Paraguay 1-0. And today, as the round of 16 continues, Brazil faces Norway and Mexico takes on England. It was Brooklyn over the Riverhounds 2-0 last night. Wimbledon, your winners yesterday, Fritz and Allison Keys. And today, Sinner and Pegula, while Serena Williams has withdrawn from doubles action in Wimbledon because of that knee injury. Through 3 rounds of the John Deere Classic, Lucas Glover and Lee Hodges 16 under. They have a 1-shot lead, and Joey Chestnut claims the mustard belt again. He wins the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. He downs 66 hot dogs and buns at Coney Island in New York. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
For a beautiful garden that's healthy and safe, use Dramatic Organic Fertilizers by Dram. It's the organic choice to produce brilliant fruits and vegetables that are healthy for your family. And because it's all natural, it's safe for barefoot fun and playful pets. Available at your local garden center or nursery. Ask for Dramatic Organic Fertilizers. Visit us online at dram.com. Dramatic Organic for dramatic results. Doug Oster tells you how to keep it green. The Organic Gardener is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm joined this morning by Linda Smith. She is the author of a book I've fallen in love with called The Peach Thief. She is the former editor of Country Home Magazine, and she has written 3 other garden books. Linda, welcome to the show, but this book is completely different. Tell me a little bit about it.
It is. Well, it's a middle grade book, which means it's for kids in middle grade, but it's also for adults. I've had a lot of adult readers who've really found it enjoyable.
I'm one of them. I love this book. I'm going to tell you right off the bat. Your writing paints an amazing picture, and that's why I couldn't put it down. I was so captivated by the characters. I had to see what was going to happen. So talk about the setting and how you decided to use this setting for this book.
Well, it takes place in 1850s in an Earl's Manor House kitchen garden in Lancashire, England. And the way that, or the reason that I decided to use this setting was I felt that a lot of kids from earlier generations fell in love with gardening through the book, The Secret Garden. But I don't know that there are that many kids that are reading that book today. And I had come across, information about these astounding, vast kitchen gardens where they could grow, pineapples in England and peaches in England in a climate that just isn't suited for that. And I found the whole place really magical. and I wanted to write a book that would kind of immerse kids in these gardens so they would have exposure to that too.
Did it surprise you that so many adults love the book?
I haven't found it too surprising. I think adults who already have a love for gardens, there's just so much about these kitchen gardens that was amazing technologically, that I think there's just a lot for people to learn about them and to be interested in, whether they're 10 or whether they're 80.
Or somebody right in between.
Exactly.
Was there some kind of template for the setting? Because it's so descriptive. You're there. You're there in 1850. In my mind, when I was reading it, how do you come up with that?
Well, I had a kind of manual that I used, which was a book called Mackintosh's Practical Gardener that was published in 1839. And this was a book by an expert gardener who wrote the book basically as a book of instruction for the gardeners in these huge gardens. And so I really used that as my Bible to kind of know what was planted when, how they did the various things, how they grew the peaches, and it was very useful to have that as kind of to give me the parameters, because I really wanted to set the book almost entirely within this garden.
Tell us a little bit about your main character.
Scylla, my main character, Scylla Brown, is a starving workhouse orphan who steals into this garden on a desperate quest for a peach. And once she's caught, she's dressed as a boy because that was the way she got along out in the world. Once she's caught, she really tries to essentially steal herself a life in this garden instead of a peach. She eventually finds her loyalties kind of torn between one of the garden boys there and the gruff head gardener, Mr. Layton, and makes some questionable decisions along the way, but learns a lot of things in that garden.
Was it a hard concept to sell? Did people want to publish this book?
It did take a while. I think it's relatively fast-paced, but it is set in a garden, which I think is not typical these days. But Candlewick, the publisher, saw the potential in it and took it on. And I think, it's got a lot of things in common with what kids go through today, where, they're in a school, they've experienced bullying, they have to kind of learn to take responsibility for their actions. So even though it's set in the garden, I think there's a lot that kids will relate to.
How did writing about gardens become your thing?
Well, as I mentioned, the book, The Secret Garden, I think that's partly what led me to fall in love with gardens to begin with. When I was a child, my parents were also gardeners, although they had the challenges of, shady suburban lots that they had to deal with. And I started out in magazine writing and kind of migrated to gardens because I just find them very satisfying to write about. Each one is different. Each gardener has different challenges. I have my own challenges in my own quarter-acre garden. And I also think that my style of writing suits writing about gardens. They're such beautiful places.
Was it challenging to write for you, or did it just come out of you?
I'd say it was challenging. It took me a number of years to get it right. It is a challenging setting to write a book that's in a quiet place, but it's amazing what you can kind of come up with when you have these set parameters.
When you put the book together, what were your hopes for what people would get out of it, both kids and adults?
Well, for kids, I think, as I said, I really wanted them to have this experience of being in this, what I consider to be a magical place, because I think that's the way the love of gardens grows. If someone has an early experience, they start to notice plants, they start to notice gardens, whereas if they've never been exposed to that, they never get to be a gardener. As for, adults, I think it's more the curiosity about those kinds of gardens, the kinds of gardens people go to England to see, that draws them to the book.
Linda Smith is the author of The Peach Thief. It is a book I absolutely love. To learn more about her and find out how to get the book, go to DougOster.com. All the links are there. And Linda and I have one more thing in common. We both love to fish, but Linda, you need to get out there and fish a little bit more.
I do.
Thank you so much for being on the show. It was wonderful to meet you, and I look forward to your next project because I couldn't put this book down.
Oh, thank you.
If you would like to win a copy of The Peach Thief, just go to DougOster.com, click on the contact button, and send me a message saying I want to win, or Peach Thief, or anything like that. I will do a random drawing here in a couple days, and I will alert you if you win, and then I will send you the book. As I said, that was a wonderful, wonderful book to read, and it was funny when I was reading it, I didn't know it was for like 12 or 15-year-olds. To my wife said, "Oh, that would be a great book for the kids, the grandkids, when they get older." And I'm like, "Oh, I thought it was for adults." I loved it. I loved the story. It's a really cool book.
Very peachy.
Uh-huh.
My favorite. I love peaches. All right, short break. Come back. Stay with us. I like pears, apples, too. And bananas.
What do you want to do this week? Why not put Sorgles on your list? What? You've never been to Sorgles? Just come once and you'll be hooked. Hi, this is Randy from Sorgles. As a family-run business with lots of family on the floor, we have so much to share with you. And here's the list. The Greenhouse and Garden Center, Home Accents and Home Decor, Houseplants and Supplies, the Bakery and Deli, new baby apparel, we are told that's the best in the Pittsburgh area, Fresh Fruit Market with an abundance of our own farm produce, the wine shop from Arrowhead Winery, hand-dipped ice cream, cider slushies, candy and stacks, Arsenal Cider's tasting room, the gift barn with 3 floors of gifts and children's toys, the farm goats, oh, they're so comical, Naturally Sorgles, over 2,000 gluten-free items, the sloughs for the kids, tiny town play area, and we have fresh pop kettle corn all the time. And don't be afraid of the parking and traffic at this time of the year. It's all doable. Sorgles, 724-935-2090.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. This just into the KDKA radio newsroom. Aliquippa and state police say 4 people were shot overnight in Aliquippa. Shooting happened around 12:30 this morning in the 200 block of Linmar Terrace. Officers provided medical aid to the 4 people who were shot at the scene until EMS arrived. All 4 victims were transported to local hospitals. It's not clear what led to the shooting or any descriptions of alleged suspects. Pittsburgh police were called to East Liberty late Saturday night in the 5900 block of Penn Avenue to disperse a crowd of about 150 juveniles, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space. Public safety says the officers' commands to disperse were largely ignored, and some in the crowd began throwing fireworks at nearby officer vehicles. Eventually, police were able to get the crowd under control around 1 o'clock this morning. 1 adult male was arrested. A juvenile male was detained and transported to a local hospital. Allegheny County police have charged a man in connection with a stabbing on Saturday in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler is in custody awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 on Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a local hospital. Police say an altercation between the 2 men inside a home led to that stabbing. An ultralight aircraft crashed into a tree Saturday morning in Fayette County. That crash happened around 10:50 Saturday morning in Dunbar Township. Pilot, a 75-year-old man from Connellsville, was flown to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital, where his condition this morning remains unclear. It's also unclear what caused that crash. Well, 4th of July fireworks may have struck an airliner. Here's ABC's Dave Packer.
The Delta flight was approaching the runway at Chicago's Midway Airport Saturday evening. The controller had already warned there were multiple homes near the approach shooting off fireworks. Then,
Tower, we just had a firework hit our plane, Delta 1076. We're continuing. Roger.
The Delta pilot said they may have been struck at about 200 to 200 feet above ground.
We just heard the bang on the plane, so we'll have to take a look at it once we get to the gate.
According to that ATC.net audio, authorities were notified. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KDK Radio News Time at 7:33. AccuWeather forecast on the way.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Stop smoking, no cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fog gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm building in by late in the day, perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty but gusty thunderstorm tonight under clouds with a low of 69. Then showers and a thunderstorm in store for tomorrow, perhaps still heavy, high 82, with some sun for Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. 10th caller wins a $25 gift certificate to Janoski's, and they, of course, got that big Christmas in July event next week, and I'll tell you more about that in a moment. Doug, tell them where you're going to be later today. 10th caller, 412-922-1020.
I will be at Han Nursery from 1 to 3 today for Doug Day. I'll help you shop. I've got some free heirloom lettuce seeds for you. Also, the latest garden books. I want to get those out of my office, so some really cool ones, too. For free. You got native plants on sale. You got peppers on sale. If you haven't put any hot peppers in yet, there's still time. These peppers, man, they look great. I posted a picture on Facebook. They've got little peppers on them already. They're really nice-looking plants. And for $1 a piece, limit to 5 per person. But how many hot peppers do you need? I'm going to get some today because while I was gone, not too bad, but a rabbit got in. A rabbit took most of my Mexican sunflower, and I had planted a special Mexican sunflower this year called Yellow Torch as opposed to just Torch. And so I lost most of that. I actually, at Han, I bought a couple other Mexican sunflowers, although I think they're out. And then, let's see, lost my celery to the rabbit, but most everything was there. Lost a couple tomato plants to something. I still have extra tomato plants sitting there. Luckily, while I was gone, 12 days, we had enough rain that everything kept going. The one thing I'm most excited about is I started a bunch of perennial salvias from seed. I just, I don't do that well starting perennials. And so they did good, and they're in 6-inch pots. And there is also the saga of the Chiltepin pepper. I was really excited about this pepper. I talked about it all the time. It's the mother of all peppers. It's a native pepper. It has little itty-bitty round hot peppers, and everybody I gave them to last year just loved them, and they asked me to get them plants, and I did, and I drove around the city delivering these plants to my friends, to Hot Pepper Dave, to the lady who runs the beer distributor, Joe's, and delivered all these peppers, and we all planted them, and I told you, go down there and buy these peppers. Well, guess what? The company that sowed the seeds sowed the wrong seeds. It's not the right pepper. It's something different. And here's what I knew would happen, too, when I found out it was different. People are loving the different one, but we don't know what it is. And so in a last-ditch effort and probably a fool's errand, while I was in Poland, I ordered some true Chiltepin seeds. And I started them the day that I got back from Poland. And I know it's like a 10-day germination period, and that's going to probably be too late. But I am going to hopefully grow some of these peppers out. And if it does work out, I'm giving them away to anybody who wants them because I did, all this work to promote this pepper. And then this is gardening. That's just the way it goes sometimes. But we're going to have to wait unless these peppers do their thing. And I think they will. I'm going to really do everything I can to grow them as fast as I can. And they do put on peppers quick. Worst case scenario, I think I can keep them in the greenhouse for at least through November, maybe later. And in that case, again, I'll have peppers to give people if they're interested, just to see what it is for next year. All right, Rob, we ready to go to the phones?
We are ready to go to the phones. 866-391-1020. Here's Mike in the South Hills. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Hey, what was the name of that book he was talking about, that lady was talking about?
It's called The Peach Thief. And if you just go to DougOster.com, there's a link there that shows how to get the book. And then, Mike, if you want to send me a message, I'll enter you into the contest to win a copy of the book if you want it. So it's a really cool book. It starts with this young girl who is in hard times in the 1800s. She jumps the wall of this estate to try and steal a peach to get something to eat. She gets caught, and then she ends up, all her adventures happen in this garden, and it's very, lots of twists and turns, and just the thing I loved about the book was just that the writing was so good that it just puts you in that place. And I'm not a reader, I read a little bit, but I just captivated by the book. It was funny, and I can't tell you actually why I had the book. But she asked me the same reason, like, well, how did you find this book? And I just said, well, let's just say it just came across my desk. And so when you find something like that moves you in such a way, I was so glad to get her to get her interview and hear, the process of again, like, how do you, like, if you're from this era, how do you describe another era so exactly? I mean, to what they're wearing and just the environment. It was just really cool. Really great book. So, Mike, why don't you send me a message and say I want to win the book, and I'll pick up randomly, and maybe you'll be in there.
All right. Good luck, Mike. DougOster.com. Here's Donna in Shaler for Doug. DougOster.com. Good morning, Donna.
Good morning. I have a question for you. Every year I planted vincas, and I've been successful with deer and rabbit. And this year I bought verbena, and it was deer resistant. Well, I guess it's not rabbit resistant. So when I went out, I sprinkled cayenne pepper around the plants, and it doesn't seem to deter them. What do you recommend to keep rabbits away from eating plants?
There's this stuff called hot pepper wax, and it's made by Bonide, and it's what I use exclusively to deal with rabbits. So in my case, while I was gone, the rabbit got in, and beans, Mexican sunflowers, celery, stuff like that. Luckily, it didn't get after my peppers. As soon as I got back, I have that hot pepper wax in my garden. I just started spraying everything. And the thing I like about the hot pepper wax, you don't taste the hot pepper, but somehow the rabbit does. And the rabbit will not eat something that has that hot pepper wax on there. There's also some, specific rabbit repellents from Liquid Fence, from Bobex, from these other companies that you might consider also, because you think Donnie, you think you'd like, okay, I've got something that deer won't eat, and then what happens? A rabbit eats it, and drive you crazy. I've got this like plastic owl in the garden too that I move around. It seems to help, and since I've came back and I'm taking better care of the gate, and my wife doesn't take the dogs into the garden. I take the dogs in there. I haven't had the rabbit back, and every time that I'm out in that fenced-in garden, I'm going around with a bamboo stake, hitting all the corners to make sure there's no rabbits in there.
The hot pepper wax, do you have to reapply it after a rain?
Yes. And so, like in a week like this, where it's going to be raining off and on every day, you do have to get out there and spray after the rain comes in. They might stick for a couple days, but just to be sure, I just have the spray out in the garden, and I spray here and there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Good luck with those rabbits.
All right, 866-391-1020. It's amazing how those little wascally wabbits can cause so much problems.
Oh, yeah. When I walked out into the garden and I saw my celery gone, I was like, and they're in containers. They're up, and my dandelions, and the container's up 15 inches, 20 inches, but rabbits, they can kind of stand up on their back haunches and just chomp away. Yeah, chomp away. It's always a battle.
Especially picking up all that ranch dressing, too. I mean, if you're going to eat celery now.
Oh, yeah. Spraying the peanut butter on the celery.
Yeah. Come on. I mean, come on. That's
cream cheese.
I mean, if the celery's gone is one thing, but they leave all the trash, come on.
I did have a couple celery plants survive. They're in taller containers. This is part of it, especially when you go away. Whenever I go away, actually, when I went away, I sprayed deer spray on everything because they usually get in when I'm gone. But the deer didn't get in, thank goodness. The rabbit, though, and he hasn't been back. That doesn't mean he's not going to be back. But, he's out there walking around when no one's there. And so he's like, oh, this is great, man. I like celery, great. Yeah. That's the only other person that eats dandelion greens, me and the rabbit.
Do you think they know, what their favorites are?
Oh, definitely. Well, a rabbit, it's only after certain things. That's why you kind of know what it is when you see it, and you kind of look at the way that the cut is on the plant. But yeah, they have favorites. Just like deer have favorites. They want hostas and tulips and daylilies. And the rabbits, they just like all that stuff, like lettuce, beans, actually peppers too. I'm just glad I didn't lose my peppers. I gave a bunch of peppers to a friend of mine, a fishing buddy, and he's just like, it's driving him nuts that the rabbits are after it and just cutting them to the ground. And I'm thinking to myself, there is a thing called a fence. You could put up chicken wire. And,
does that really? Can you really stop?
For a rabbit, it does. They're just kind of like, nicely walking around, like, oh. Here's something, there's something. They're not like hopping over stuff or digging under or anything like that. They're just kind of walking around like saying, okay, I'll dig this, I'll dig that, we'll be good.
Thanks so much. Do rabbits die of old age, do you think, or they just have a shelf life? Because, I mean, I found one, I told you, under my bush a while back cutting grass, and I did the humane thing and what have you. Or do you think some of them, because he didn't look as though he had any kind of animal that, basically attacked it. Do people actually sometimes try to remove rabbits by taking them out with something bad?
Yes.
That's kind of sad in a way.
Yeah. Actually, the saddest thing is when the rabbit sets up a nest in there and the dog gets to it.
Oh, geez.
And if I see a nest of rabbits, I have raised rabbits in the garden because it's just, they're cute, but also destructive. But you can't. How could you dispose of a baby rabbit?
Can't do
you
that,
let them get big enough to where you can chase them out. And it's okay. I know we don't have time, but when we come back, I'll tell you another rabbit story.
Well, listen, so I have these bird nests, okay? And I just let them stay until they've run their course. And I started to notice all these, like, little baby birds had fallen out of the nest, I thought. And then one day I went out on the back porch, and there was this big tomcat just kind of walking around doing what they do.
Unfortunately, that's nature.
I know.
That's nature. That's why they have more than one baby, and nature sets the balance for it, and nature's so cruel, and we're just like, we're seeing the rabbit as a,
but for any
and
of these
the birds as
any
like
of these things to survive, it's almost a miracle because there's so many things against them.
Yeah, that's the brutality of nature, but we kind of look at it like a Disney movie where the birds are singing to you and the rabbits running up and the chipmunks are like doing their thing. And
yeah, listen, man. That ranch dressing will get you every time.
Look out, Bambi.
Short break. We'll come back. Stay with us. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And KDKA-radio.com.
All right, your Pratt Pack telling you next weekend is big, the 11th and 12th at the farm. Janoski's in Clinton. It's Christmas in July, Saturday 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Sunday 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Crafters, vendors, food trucks, and the Pittsburgh Gem Show. Remember, rain or shine, free admission. Christmas in July, it only comes once a year. Don't want to miss it. 2 great days, jam-packed of all sorts of goodness. The 11th and 12th, Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Janoski's.
Tickets for Kids will host a Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Pirates defeated Washington 7-1. 2 teams again today in the nation's capital and on 93.7 The Fan. Paul Skeens selected once again to the All-Star Game. World Cup yesterday, Monaco eliminated Canada 3-0. France over Paraguay 1-0. And today, as the round of 16 continues, Brazil faces Norway and Mexico takes on England. It was Brooklyn over the Riverhounds 2-0 last night. Wimbledon, your winners yesterday, Fritz and Allison Keys. And today, Sinner and Pegula, while Serena Williams has withdrawn from doubles action in Wimbledon because of that knee injury. Through 3 rounds of the John Deere Classic, Lucas Glover and Lee Hodges 16 under. They have a 1-shot lead, and Joey Chestnut claims the mustard belt again. He wins the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. He downed 66 hot dogs and buns at Coney Island in New York. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hard at work for over 75 years, Dram watering tools have been the professional's choice for quality and durability. Now you can create the softest shower of rain with a Dram rain wand in your garden. Choose from 9 water patterns for a variety of uses with a revolver spray gun. And use a color storm sprinkler for a lush playground. Quality you can depend on for a lifetime. Dram, the professional's choice for lawn and garden. Available at a fine garden center near you. Visit us online at dram.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Music Festival, July 11th and 12th at Pittsburgh Brewing Company in Creighton, featuring Joe Grishecki and the House Rockers, Billy Price Band, Norman Nardini, The Gathering Field, and more. Benefiting Band Together Pittsburgh and Autism Pittsburgh. Presented by Pittsburgh Brewing Company and U.S. Steel. Tickets at pittsburghmusicfestival.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Doug Oster tells you how to keep it green. The Organic Gardener is on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, rabbit story.
Real quick rabbit story, and then we'll get to Tom and Sandy. So Max the Wonder Dog, when he was getting old, saw this rabbit. I'd raised these rabbits, and I got all the little ones out, and the mama rabbit was there, and he saw it, and the rabbit saw him, and Max chases him out on the main garden path. I actually have a video of this, and as Max is running behind him, the rabbit just turns 90 degrees back behind the beehive, and the dog just kept running and then came back in like so proud. All right, let's talk to Tom.
All right, here we go. Tom in the North Hills. Hey, Tommy.
Hi. I have a question about peonies, but I was going to mention I was in Garfield the other week, and there was a community garden next to the children's home in Penn Avenue, and they had a sign on the telephone pole that said, "Caution, tomatoes ahead."
That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, my peonies, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the last 2 years I haven't received very many flowers, and they've been there at least 40 years because they were there when we bought the house. And the only thing we really have done over those years we've lived here is just cut them down in the fall. And I'm wondering, would they need fertilizer?
Yeah.
Somebody I talked to the other, I thought maybe it's a frost.
No, it's nothing with the frost. They just need a little help. They're getting old. There's a couple different fertilizers that are formulated to help things flower, and this will be for next year. But you put the fertilizer on when things cool off a little bit here, and it's called. There's two of them. There's called Flower Tone and Bloom Tone, and you'll be able to find them at any good nursery. And it's a granular organic fertilizer that you just kind of gently rake in at the base of the plant. Do it now at the end of the season. Get the plant strong, and then as soon as you see those little red shoots in the spring, give it another good application, and follow the application rate on the bag because it's important. If you put too much on, the plant can't use it and it just gets washed away. So don't waste your money. Follow the application rates, and that'll get that peony doing its thing again. And then I would actually do that every couple years, depending on what your blooms are next spring. If you give that plant the energy it needs, it's going to bloom like crazy. And so that's all we need to do.
All right, one more call. Let's get Sandy. Sandy, I got about 2 minutes. All yours. KDK, good morning.
Hi. Jessica Walliser used to say, cut down your daylilies after they're blooming. Does that include the Celadoro daylilies, who they seem to rebloom anyway during the season?
You could do it with Stelladoros, but what I do is I just continually deadhead. I keep taking off the flower stalk. I think that's probably a better way to do it. On your normal daylilies, when they're done, you're cutting them back just because the foliage starts to look ugly, and there's nothing you can do to kill a daylily. But for these rebloomers, I would just continue to cut off the flower stem, and again, I might give them a little boost of fertilizer too. That Stelladora is supposed to bloom like, I don't know, 200 some days, and I've seen those bloom in the city almost into December. That's how they'll do their thing. So I wouldn't cut it all the way to the ground.
All right, you got some things you want to finish up with.
Thanks, Sandy. Yeah, I will be at Hahn Nursery today from 1 to 3. I'm helping you shop. We're talking gardening, finding deals. I'll show you some deer-resistant plants. They got this whole section of native plants with a huge sale. We got peppers in 3-inch pots that are for a $1 a piece. I've got free heirloom lettuce seeds for you. I've got a bunch of the latest garden books I'm giving away. So come on, see me today, Han. 1 to 3. We've got a couple tents set up. The nursery looks beautiful, and we're going to have a lot of fun. I love doing this. We do this every year, and I love meeting everybody, hanging out with them, talking gardening. And again, I want to find the deals for you, and that's always my goal. I love when people can save money. I hate when they don't. And so come out today, Hahn Nursery, 1 to 3. I've got lots of free stuff for you, and there's lots of sales, and it's not too late to put those peppers in. Remember, organic gardeners, you make our world brighter and safer with each seed you sow and every garden you grow.
All right, News 8, and then Quick Easy Meals, the Coons Cooking Hour, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Are you smarter than an anchor man? And we have Joe from Penn Hills as a lifeline for me. Joe, what do you like? A, B, C?
Oh, I like the Super Mario. Is that A?
I'm going with you, Joe. You're my lifeline.
The answer was B, Incredibles 2.
Come on, Joe.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Many retailers use a computer program to tell you which mattress to buy after answering a few questions. That's not how finding the right mattress works. At OMF, our associates take the time to understand your specific needs. They'll guide you through our showroom, explain the differences between models, and help you select the right mattress. No computers, no gimmicks, just personal attention and quality mattresses built locally. Visit any showroom and experience the OMF difference for yourself.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday.
That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 70 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 4 people were shot overnight in Aliquippa. The shooting happened around 12:30 this morning in the 200 block of Linmar Terrace. Now, state police and Aliquippa officers provided medical aid to the people who were shot at the scene until EMS arrived. All 4 victims transported to local hospitals. Right now, it's unclear their conditions this morning. Also not clear what led to the shooting or the descriptions of any alleged suspects. Allegheny County Police have charged a man in connection with a stabbing on the 4th of July in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler is in custody awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 on Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a local hospital. Police say an altercation occurred inside a home between the two men, which led to that stabbing. Well, the 25-minute fireworks display at the point on the 4th dazzled the tens of thousands of people who were in attendance, but the show was delayed nearly a half hour due to thunderstorms that rolled through the downtown area earlier in the evening, and ultimately it was those lightning strikes across the sky that caused the delays. Heavy rains also canceled the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra free performance that was to be scheduled at Arts Landing around 6 o'clock. And with those strong thunderstorms that passed through our area last night, there are some people who are still without power this morning. Duquesne Light right now reporting about nearly 1,200 customers are without power still. About 930 in Allegheny County, 930 customers without power in Allegheny County, about 260 without power in Beaver County. And first, West Penn Power reports about 2,200 customers still without power in Westmoreland County, about 850 customers still without power in Washington County. Pittsburgh police were called to East Liberty late Saturday night to disperse a crowd of about 150 juveniles, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space. This happened around the 5900 block of Penn Avenue. Public safety says the officers' commands were largely ignored, and some people in the crowd began to throw fireworks at nearby officer vehicles. Eventually, police were able to get the crowd under control by about 1:15 this morning. One adult male was arrested, and a juvenile male was detained and transported to a local hospital. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 8:03. The AccuWeather the forecast coming up.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8800. 412-457-8200. 412-457-8200.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fall gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, mainly late and perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low of 69, followed by showers and another gusty thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 82, with some sun returning Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by Coons Quality Market. This is the Coons Cooking Hour. The crew from Coons Market are here. It's the great food you grew up with and the recipes that make Pittsburgh someplace special.
It's quick, easy meals. You know what I mean. You're in, you're out, and it's delicious. So let's get going. 866-391-1020. Someone's going to win a $25 gift certificate for giving me a quick and easy meal. 866-391-1020. And again, it's time to talk. The Coons Cooking Hour. I want to thank everybody for participating in our two-day sales. I spent really the majority of most of the week in all the stores, spent hours at Banksville. And Frank, I got to tell you, I love when business is business and it's booming, but we gave people an opportunity to get in on some savings. Why? Because I've been telling you for the last couple of days, local, local, local. So let me have Frank begin on this note. There's been some news. We all know what the news is. I've been talking about it. And I've been even talking to our customers, and the thing that keeps being said over and over and over again is they love the fact that we are local. Frank.
Yeah, being local does make a difference. Number one, we're hiring local employees, which any other company coming in this area is going to do most of that anyway. But it also helps the other people. What about all the local farmers? What about, all the local utilities themselves that we pay? We pay for the local taxes that come into the community, the local events, all the donations that we do to different events between schools and churches and different things like that, the Little Sisters of the Poor. Those, being local makes a big difference on that because you know where people are needing the extra help, where people, where to do any of that. And just the community itself, some areas, if they didn't have that local store, that local connection to where people, we see it all the time in the stores where, people retire. They're getting older, obviously. Their families moved away. And they come into the stores almost every day. That is their day out to be able to talk to people and to socialize and all that. And being that local connection where they're going in, they're seeing their local, their own basically neighbors, friends, and family that are there, at the store, and they shop there and enjoy it. Plus, we really focus on the local items that are in the stores themselves, local vendors that are out there, different things like that, and focusing on what, Pittsburgh itself. Pittsburgh items. We feature Pittsburgh items. We grow those kind of items. We try to grow those items as much as possible. Not just because, we like them, and the customer, and being able to share something that is all Pittsburgh, that's why when you go into, most stores around here, you don't see the Silver Star products like you see in our stores. That's a local product. Local to some companies mean different things. Local to the tri-state area is not local. local to Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh only, that's local to us. That, looking at that, there's areas outside that have more, we can go into Ohio and we'll call some of that, they'll call some of that local produce, which isn't. That's Ohio. It doesn't even come to the Pennsylvania economy. That we're looking at people that are Pittsburgh born, Pittsburgh raised, and being able to support the people here in this area and keep Pittsburgh on growing and keeping people to stay here in Pittsburgh and keep growing. The kids grow up, they can move in, and grow into a local company that's going to be here for a long time and keep growing that way and just keep supporting this area because it needs it. It needs people to keep the stay in order to keep growing, to be able to survive and as the world's growing around it. So.
Listen, let me say this too. You're young. Your sister, who's the CEO, Jody, she's young. Patrice is young. Your brother Joey's young. You got a lot of young employees. You got young children coming up in the company. And here's the thing. A lot of young people are into local. They want to grow it. They want to enjoy it. They want to promote it. They want to basically go and spend their money at it. If it's local, it's local. We're talking the 20-somethings, the 30-somethings, the 40-something. And that's exactly what I see happening at Coons Market. And I'm going to be in the stores quite a bit moving through the summer, as I have been in recent weeks. And I'm seeing a lot of young people in the stores with young children. They appreciate local, I think, a little bit more than maybe my generation did because we were a part of this big corporate growth that still is a part of who we are. But it seems as though every generation kind of reverts back a little bit. And you see a lot of young people in these stores shopping now, even single people, students at some of the colleges, Banksville Road, Highwood Street. So young people are all into kicking the tires, and they want it to be local, and that's why they want to test drive it, and that's why they want to eat good, fresh product from locally owned and independently operated Coons Market. Frank?
Yeah, that and being a smaller store format, we're able to carry items that are a bigger corporate store is not going to carry.
Exactly.
Because they're going to base it on blind statistics, which is just how much money do I make off that product? Is it worth putting on the shelf? We look at a product that says, who's buying this product? Do we have enough people to support buying that, just to give in a case of product so that we can supply what the local neighborhood is actually looking for and given enough promotion to do that. And so we're carrying items that a big corporation is not going to carry because they're not going to get the dollar amount that they're looking for. And they don't have a big brand behind some of these products that can pay them the money to slot it in their warehouses, where we're going to carry it because we're looking at what the customer wants. And that's solely it. It's the big decision is that's what the customer is looking for. That's what's going to keep building our base strong is supporting the people that are there. And so that's how you get some of these local purveyors. That's how you get some of these local farmers. Again, local farmers is going up into Beaver County and the Butler County. Local farmers not going into middle of Ohio and calling it local because it was available by truck.
Good point.
That makes a big difference. And being, again, that smaller format, which is easy to shop, and we're small, but we have quite the variety in their stores too.
All right, explain this to me because you're the brains. This is what people need to know. You're a big conglomerate. You're paying a chunk for real estate, or you're buying, or some sort of acquisition goes down, or you have a larger footprint. That means you have a bigger overhead, and the only way you pay for whether it's real estate, acquisitions, or a large employment group, that's by having prices that are a whole lot higher than at Coons Market, because that's where they have to make their bottom line. Their bottom line compared to our bottom line is a whole lot different, Frank.
Well, they have a lot of overhead.
Yep.
So once you have the bigger stores, you got to have more people overseeing those stores that you don't see inside the store. They're going to be working in an office or from home, and being able to support that, to be able to oversee things like all their advertising funds, all the different vendors that they're handling at the warehouse, and watching those movements, statistics, and all that. AI has been chomping at that a little bit by making it a little more efficient, but they're still very what I call top heavy. Where we go and we come in and we're able to manage between me and my sisters and oversee a lot of that, which would be paying other people to do, we're doing. And then bringing in managers and supervisors just enough to be able to run the store correctly and oversee it, not overdoing it, not just throwing in people because we don't understand it. With us understanding the grocery store, we understand what it takes to run it and to run it efficiently. And that's what we really focus on without having the, like, if I want to run something efficient, I don't have to go hire 10 people to go run a report for the next 6 months to show me that it's efficient or not efficient. I just say, this isn't efficient. I see people standing around. And then we go ahead and take care of it right then and there. We don't need these, pay all this other money for no reason at all that we can plainly see, because we're the right size. We keep the stores the size they are so we can manage it correctly.
All right, so I'll leave you with this. One of the things that his father used to tell me all the time, which separated them from everyone else, and obviously because of recent news over the last couple of years, not only are they the last local one standing, your dad said this all the time, and I was just talking to you about this earlier when we were recording. You've been working in the grocery stores like your sisters forever, long before you were in high school. You're all grocery people, Frank. You're not I don't mean this disrespectful. It's not a business to you. This is your life. You grew up in the grocery business. This is what your CEO Jody does, your sister Patrice does, your brother Joey works in the store, your nephew Joey works in the store. You got your niece Catherine home from school this summer working in the office. You guys have been in the grocery industry just about the time you started walking.
Yeah, I was unpaid labor around 12 years old.
That's what I'm saying.
And just going with my dad and just learning, and what are these stores, and just enjoying being around my dad and seeing something that he appreciated and something that he enjoyed was walking into the stores, number one, and the people that were there and the pride behind it, even though he's a very humble man, And then, 14 years old, I was bagging grocery at our old McKnight store, right down 1 block away from where we are now, and worked my way up from cashier, worked into doing produce for about 2 or 3 years at that store, and then working back up into the front end. I started working in the cash office to learn that part of the business, and then I moved over into the perishables, where I go into the delis, then into the bakery, and then into the meat departments, and learning those, and it's just worked my way up as I was through. And in the meantime, as I was doing that, I'm going to school, and I got into Duquesne University and went to Duquesne University for 5 years, because I ended up working part-time my last 2 years because I was an assistant manager at our Moon Township store when it was open, and I helped open that store when my dad had purchased it. I was in school, and I would be working on the weekends and even in between classes, because I was at college and at Duquesne, and getting that store ready to open. And that's my first experience in, what it took to remodel and open a store.
Crazy.
That's been it's a lot of work that's been put in, but that blood, sweat, and tears pays off in experience later on, so that you can survive. It's a tough world out there.
Listen, I've been with the family close to 30 years. Long before we ever hit the radio, I was walking those stores with Joe. So we love the grocery industry. It's who we are, and we are local. Just some food for thought. All right, here we go. Quick and easy meals. Let's get going. 866-391-1020. And that guy who's newly retired, Chuck Shaler, is up first in a moment on KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here it comes! Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction! And the drilling is only during business hours! It's so loud!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor, it's plaster from your ceiling!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful
Useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks. Full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. GOEN. That's alexgoen.com.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but will work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hot dogs, hamburgers, soup, sandwiches, quick and easy meal, little mac and cheese for a side, or a bunch of cheeses in the way of mac and cheese for the main course. Meatballs without the spaghetti. Eggs. We're talking quick and easy meals. Share some recipes right now. 866-391-1020. Here he is making chili, hot dogs in all sizes, shapes, makes, and models late into the night, sending me emails. And I got to tell you, Chuck, I hung in there with you as long as I could, bud, but I had to get up at 2 in the morning. But whatever you sent looked absolutely delicious.
Oh, it came out good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, I made bacon, chili, cheese, hot dogs. And the pictures of the hot dogs I was showing you, I was practicing making the different cuts, like the diamond cuts and the square cuts. And I wanted to see how they cooked. So I seen it on one of the cooking shows. I'm like, that looks pretty cool. So I decided to make the chili, which is not quick. I mean, hot dog is the quickest thing you can make. On the grill or microwave, you can cook it really fast. But I got I made a half a pound of bacon in one of the Coons pans. Cooked that up, left the bacon fat in there. And I put in 2 pounds of ground meat, chopped up onions, celery, put a bottle of beer in there, 2 cups of beef broth, chopped onions, and a cup of chopped celery. Let that cook down for a while. Some of the juices came out of it. And I put a can of diced tomatoes, crushed tomatoes, and I put in cayenne pepper, smoked paprika, garlic powder, and a splash of W sauce. I like the W sauce on just about everything. I just let that cook down, probably about 2 hours, just like let it simmer. And then I covered it with some American cheese and just let that cheese melt into there, and then scoop that up, put that on the hot dog and topped it off a little bit of bacon. And then I ate about 3 bowls of chili afterwards.
That's good stuff, though. And, the cuts in the hot dog sound silly, but it actually lets more of the flavor of the hot dog out, and the flavors get into it as well. It actually gives it a great flavor.
Yeah, I practice. I made the diamond cuts, the square cuts. I like the diamond cuts the best. That was the easiest.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you, Frank.
Uh-huh.
You said you worked at the old McKnight store.
Yeah.
When you was down the road a little further. There was a dance hall there. Do you remember what the name of that was? A little dance club right there?
No, it was, oh, darn it. It changed a bunch of names. It was Yum Yum Tree after that, but Hukalau or something like that.
Well, that's where I met my wife at. Neither one of us could remember the name of that place, but I know it was right next to Coons.
Yeah, it'd be off the top of my head. If I look... but I do remember afterwards it was a Yum Yum Tree. I don't know. I was a kid. That's, of course, I'm going to remember a Yum Yum Tree. But my mom and dad told me that was a dance hall all the time before that.
Yeah, it was a nice place. But, yeah, that's where that's the first time I was in the North Hills, and that's where I ran into my wife. And then at the end of this month, we'll be married 36 years.
Oh, congratulations.
Is she going to be able to handle you being home all the time now?
Oh, Rob, I informed her Because from the time I left my house to the time I come home, it was usually over 12 hours.
Right.
So I said, no, you got an extra 3,000 hours a year to deal with me.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's what I think it was. It was the Hukilau.
The Hukilau.
I'll have to ask her.
All we have to do is say, anybody in the audience will know the name of that dance hall. I guarantee you I'll get a call within the next 5 minutes.
Hukilau, across from Red Lobster and McKnight. I Googled it to double check, but yeah, Hukilau. It was another name after that, though. It wasn't always the it was the Hukilau was the original, but I know there was an in-between name on that, too. Or right after that before it ended up closing.
Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you that, and I just keep forgetting.
Yeah, because if you remember, the outside of it had like those cedar shingles on it. It was different.
Yes,
looking.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was. But,
well, I'm glad you made it through.
I'm unemployed now.
I know, but
I'm
you
unemployed.
yeah, I know,
It's
but
weird.
guess what? You deserve it. 38 years on the job, but it's got to be weird on a Sunday thinking that there's no Monday as far as in that truck. That's got to be surreal.
Well, Rob, after 39 and a quarter years, I delivered over 2.3 million packages over 1.4 million places and drove 565,000 miles. I'm ready for a break.
So let me ask you, and I was thinking about this because I was waiting for my postal worker to give her a bottle of water, the FedEx guy, UPS guy, Amazon. I got Propel water going in every direction. Somebody showed up the other day at my house and said, "What's that bottle of water doing in your mailbox?" I said, "Because it's hot outside." How did you or how do these people deal with that heat? Cold, I guess, I get it, but the extreme heat, how do you deal with that when you're working for UPS or delivering packages? How do you get through a day like that?
Well, the biggest issue is the heat of the truck. When you have the record heat that we had this week, you're looking at about 140 or so in the back of that truck. As a matter of fact, one of my driver friends had to go to the hospital today because he passed out from the heat.
Oh,
it beats on you. It's the heat will really kick your butt. Wintertime, you can wear more clothes. In the summertime, you can only take so much off. And once you get overheated, it's like you can't rebound from it.
No, it's true. It's really hard to get back. Even you rehydrate, you can drink all the Gatorade you want. Your body's already dehydrated, all going through the effects. It's going to take a while before it really catches back up. It's a serious thing, and it'll sneak up on you before you realize it when you're working, because you don't feel how thirsty or hungry you are. You're just going.
Right. It does sneak up on you. The way I usually could catch myself if I was getting too hot was when I'd start making little mental mistakes, because it seems like your brain power just cuts back. If I would pass up or stop or only grab one package instead of two, like little mistakes that I wouldn't normally make.
Yeah, it starts to take hold of you, the heat, no doubt. All right, listen, have a great rest of your day. I got to get to a break. But the other thing that I noticed, I was actually at the gas pump the other day in front of a FedEx truck. I couldn't believe it was like $150 when it was all said and done. Gas prices must be through the roof when you guys got to fill up those vehicles.
Well, UPS uses 1 million gallons of fuel a day. 1 million.
My goodness.
That's a lot of shit. That's a lot of gas.
That's what it takes to get everything around.
And you know what's amazing? The great postal service, we're still just paying the price of a stamp for the most part. All right, short break. We're coming back. He's Frank Dentisi. I'm Rob Pratt. We're going to talk to Diana Valencia. Quick and easy meals. Let's go. 866-391-1020.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. One of our guiding principles is to provide great beds at a great value. Our goal is to prove this to our customers every single day. We believe in producing quality mattresses in our factory and selling them directly to you, eliminating the middleman markup. You can rest easy knowing that you're getting a hand-built mattress at a real value. Stop by a location near you. We're confident that you'll be able to see and feel the OMF difference for yourself. Learn more at originalmattress.com.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't Use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
France is loaded with attacking firepower, headlined by a lightning-fast forward who's been the best player on the planet for years. Les Bleus' combination of individual brilliance and collective discipline makes them perpetual contenders.
EasyCater, the workplace food platform, makes it easy to order food for all your workplace needs.
From favorite restaurants, don't forget that.
Who are you?
Tina. I'm Tina. I use EasyCater at my job.
Well, I am the voice of EasyCater. Don't you have work to do?
Not as much now that EasyCater saves me all that time ordering food for the office, with great options for any group size or budget, all on one platform. Just trying to spread the word.
Fine, let's do the last bit together. EasyCater, it's all the food for your workplace.
All in one place. Start an order at EasyCater.com.
Oh, you're not terrible.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Aliquippa and State Police say 4 people were shot overnight in Aliquippa. Shooting happened around 12:30 this morning in the 200 block of Lynmar Terrace. Officers provided medical aid to the 4 people who were shot at the scene until EMS arrived. All 4 victims were transported to local hospitals. Right now, it's unclear the conditions of those who were shot. It's unclear what led to the shooting or descriptions of any suspects. Allegheny County Police have charged a man with attempted homicide in connection with a stabbing on Saturday in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler of West Mifflin is in custody, awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a local hospital. Police say an altercation occurred between the 2 men at a home, and that's what led to the stabbing. Pittsburgh police were called to the 5900 block of Penn Avenue in East Liberty late Saturday night to disperse a crowd of about 150 juveniles, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space. Public safety says officers' commands were largely ignored, and some people in the crowd began throwing fireworks at nearby officer vehicles. Eventually, police were able to get the crowd to dissipate around 1 o'clock this morning. 1 adult male was arrested. A juvenile male was detained and transported to a local hospital. An ultralight aircraft crashed into a tree Saturday morning in Fayette County. Crash happened around 10:50 Saturday morning in Dunbar Township. The pilot, a 75-year-old man from Connellsville, was flown to a local hospital where his condition this morning remains unclear. It's also unclear what led to that crash. Well, the dazzling 25-minute fireworks display, the largest in the city of Pittsburgh history, they say, went off even though it was about 25 minutes late. It started around 10 o'clock Saturday night, originally scheduled for about 9:35. And that was due to the thunderstorms and the lightning that rolled through downtown earlier in the evening. Now, there was heavy rain that also prompted the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra to cancel its free performance that was scheduled at Arts Landing downtown at around 6 o'clock. And with those strong thunderstorms that came through our area, Duquesne Light reporting still about 1,100 customers without power. And that's about 940 in Allegheny County without power, another 260 without power in Beaver County. West Penn Power says they have thousands without power
this morning, including about 2,000 still without power in Westmoreland County. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 8:33. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Sharing your space with spotted lanternflies and mosquitoes, fight back with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer, nothing works better on killing pesky insects, including spiders, bedbugs, ants, roaches, stink bugs, ticks, and many more. Spray Harmony on your pets, clothing, kids, drapes, sofas, and plants. Use Harmony inside and outside. Win the battle of the bugs with Harmony. Now through July 4th, Harmony OIC is 20% off. Visit any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fog gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm building in by late in the day, perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty but gusty thunderstorm tonight under clouds with a low of 69. Then showers and a thunderstorm in store for tomorrow, perhaps still heavy, high 82, with some sun for Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by Coons Quality Market. The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back at it. Frank and I, quick and easy meals. Next hour, we're going to be talking trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees, cabling trees. Why we love Pittsburgh. It's Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. JJ and Harmony. We'll get to Diane next. Go ahead, JJ.
Hi, Rob. Hi, Frank. You were talking to Chuck about the Hookie Law?
Yes.
Okay. He was misinformed. That was Red Bull Inn, and then it became the Hookie Law. And then now, I don't think it was anything after that, but it's office space now.
Well, thank you, JJ. We appreciate
it's all
it.
office. They made it into all office space. So that was before my time. Like for the Hookie Lao, I remember just my parents talking about it. But yeah, Red Bull Inn, they must have moved out then, and because they ended up being up the road further. Red Bull was a good place.
It was, man.
But they must have they ended up moving up the road further then, where they had the Red Bull Inn. And after that, it was like the Kangaroo Bar or something. I forget what it's
Kangaroo Lounge?
Kangaroo Lounge.
I remember that.
Yeah, because we used to go there for Christmas parties, and they had a Velcro wall when I was a kid. And we'd go, I couldn't go there. I wasn't old enough yet, but for the Christmas party, I could. And we'd go off the rope and stick to the Velcro wall.
Hop in. That was their catchphrase. Okay, JJ, I got to JJ first because I know she wanted to talk about the Hookie Lounge. So we got Diane and Cindy want to talk quick, easy meals. Diane, you're up next on KDK. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy 250th to everybody. I think we're all going to be celebrating for the rest of this month. So great show with this hot weather. With the orzo salad recipe that I have, you can use it as a side or turn it into a meal quite quickly with whatever add-ons. I usually start with about a 12-ounce package of orzo. You don't have orzo, what other pasta you have in the house? Rotini, whatever, even break up some spaghetti. You're going to boil that, of course, as it's according to the package. You want to make sure it's al dente, because once that is cooked and drained, you want to rinse under cold water. I always add in my dressing. And for this, you can do half a cup of olive oil, quarter cup of white wine vinegar, a teaspoon of dried oregano, some minced garlic, black salt and pepper. Or we have the great craft dressings on sale this week. Grab a bottle of Italian Caesar, mix it in, but be sure to save about a third a cup because that's going to absorb it, and you want to add some on for extra words to, top it off. Then you're going to take about 2 cups of cherry tomatoes, a cup of pitted Kalamata olives, half those, about a cup of crumbled feta, of course, save more for garnish, about a half a cup of fresh basil. I usually like to add in also about a cup of fresh spinach. You can also add the spinach into the noodles and the salad dressing if you want it a little bit more wilted. About a 15-ounce can of chickpeas drained and rinsed, half a small red onion. What you're going to do is marinate your noodles and the salad dressing for at least an hour overnight is great. Then you're going to add in all your fresh ingredients. To this, you can add in about 1.5 pounds of peeled and veined large shrimp cocktail. I usually like to take some ground turkey, mix that in with some spinach, feta cheese, a little bit of breadcrumbs and seasoning, make them mini or small. And if you just make the salad straight up, I usually like to take about a couple tablespoons and put it on whatever tossed salad I have. But again, if you don't have orzo, any sort of short-length pasta will work just fine. And with the ice cream and cookies on sale this week, grab your cookies, grab the ice cream, your scooper, put it between both of the sandwiches, wrap them in some wax paper, freeze them, and you'll have a great meal and a quick dessert all in one shot of no time of prep at all, really.
Oh, I love ice cream sandwiches.
Me too.
Cookies especially.
Diane, you got a creative mind.
Oh, thank you. I just love food, and Coons makes it easy. I mean, you guys got a lot of great options this week. Even with, the beef products on sale, you can always have a surf and turf, right? If you add the chopped shrimp to the salad, it makes a great accompaniment to that. And with your sandwiches, if you got some chopped nuts or sprinkles, just roll them in it before you freeze them. When they come out, you can also dip them in some hot fudge sauce, chocolate sauce, or even just take a little dollop of icing on top. Makes a little party even more festive.
Love it.
Absolutely delicious.
All right, Diane, good job. We love hearing from you.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you next week. All right, here's Cindy Allison Park. Cindy, nice to have you on KDK's Coons Cooking Hour. How are you?
Good, and good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
My recipe is vegetable and chicken kebabs, and it's some taste to home 5 ingredients. It's just really a quick recipe. It is 1 pound of the boneless chicken breast cut into 1.5-inch cubes, 1 medium sweet red pepper cut into 1.5 inch pieces, 1 medium zucchini cut into 1.5-inch pieces, 1 medium red onion cut into wedges, and then it calls for 2/3 cup of sun-dried tomato salad dressing. I used to use Drew's, but it was discontinued, so I use Kraft. They have a sun-dried tomato vinaigrette that's good. So in a large bowl, you combine the chicken and vegetables. So you cut everything up, put it in the bowl. You drizzle with a third of a cup of the dressing, so it's half of it, and you toss it, to coat. And then I like to marinate it overnight. Then alternate the chicken and the vegetables onto the skewers after it's marinated. You grill the kebabs covered over medium heat for about 8 to 10 minutes, and the chicken's no longer pink. And then in the last 3 minutes of that is when you're going to baste with another third of a cup of the dressing. So it's very easy. I serve it with usually corn and some watermelon, and it's just a very light, fresh summer dish.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds good. I've never tried that sun-dried tomato dressing. I might have to try that one sometime.
Sun-dried?
And tomato vinaigrette from Kraft.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely have to try that.
Congratulations on your store in Bellevue.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you. That's, congratulations for the town of Bellevue that gets to be able to enjoy that nice size store
Absolutely.
now. They need it. It's been a growing town. It's a lot of younger families growing up there. And It's one of those old main. I don't even want to call it old anymore, but it's got that Main Street down, nice Main Street that's you can walk to growing up, and things that was good for a lot of people growing up around the city that a lot have closed up and are not safe anymore. Where Bellevue, we really love being in Bellevue. First of all,
a lot of young
the
families
township's
too.
just been great with us on the permitting and all that, making sure things are right and correct. And then the police department there has always been second to none. I mean, there's a lot of good departments here around the city, but Bellevue is almost like a model that a lot of these towns could actually model after, because they're very community oriented, but they're really business. They talk to the businesses, they help the businesses out to make sure everybody's working together to keep a nice, safe family town going, and it's just wonderful being there.
Lincoln Avenue is great too. And listen, it's not just going to be Bellevue. You're going to have Ben Ave, you're going to have people coming from all over to that store.
Oh yeah, we pull, because I see it on some of our. We use our card. I see where people where they come
Township.
from. And that's where we know where people are coming from to come to our stores, and they'll shop between us at Bellevue, and they'll shop between there and McKnight a lot. And they'll and a lot of times between Bellevue and Highwood too, because that's pretty close. And so that they're already, and what I'm guessing is they're looking for more variety, which is understandable, and going to to our other two stores, which is great, and to be able to get some of the more variety whenever they need it. And we really are going to be happy to be able to provide everything right at that store. And we're putting in a few, some different things in for the community, different for us, but also should be good for the community. Not just putting our beer, but actually taking a different route with our cafe to grow the food business there and the grab-and-go business, and some different ideas going through there that people are going to really like, and just making the whole experience of shopping there just easy.
And the thing we don't also talk about, the old store is going to be some new real estate, new business too. So we're going to remodel that.
The old building's going to be staying, and we're going to be doing some work after we get this store finished. There'll be some work done on that building just to clear out what grocery stores. What people don't realize is how much stuff. It's not just stuff. It's the mechanics of a grocery store is unbelievable. It's like its own little city. It really is. And so you have a whole bunch of generators downstairs that compressors that all have to be removed. A lot of lines that are going to be removed, and there's a lot of prep work to redo a lot of that. There's actually too much power that comes in the building, so you have to redo your electric. And get that ready to be able to, to what we call a white box, and be able to, we already have some tenants pretty much lined up, and we already have a tenant lined up for along the street too, which we'll announce soon too, which people are going to absolutely love. It's going to fit into Bellevue absolutely perfect. So it's going to be great to see it done. We're looking at the end of August, early September for opening. So we do have to ask the public, just be a little patient with us. We have to do a lot of work on the parking lot to get it ready. That's coming up here in the next week or two. So we're going to stage things the best that we can, and just be a little bit patient with us, and working with our managers there to make sure that we can get our deliveries, and our customers is the most important. They're able to get in safely and efficiently as we possibly can.
All right, real quick before we go to break, coming up, it's Pork Palooza as of July 8th through the 14th. We were working on some ads earlier today. What's Pork Palooza?
Well, we're focusing on pork that week. A lot of people do a lot of barbecuing, and the smokers have really grown in popularity. Through the rest of the country, you see a lot more barbecue than you do here in Pittsburgh, but it is growing here in Pittsburgh, and just focusing on that. Beef is is the top protein in the meat departments, but pork is one of those hidden gems that people can really start to focus on. It's not the fatty, it's not that dry, overcooked pork that you really think of. It's more of a marbled pork. Now we're using, we use a lot of high quality pork, marbleized pork products that we take pride in, and having people enjoy trying some different cuts, and doing some different things with it. And between the baby back ribs, we're going to have the boneless pork chops at buy one get one free. We're going to have boneless country ribs. The extra leans are going to be at buy one pack, get one free. These are just a couple of the deals. We have a great price on Sugardale bacon. You'll see it on Tuesday And when it comes in your mail, when it comes up and shows up online as well, all the different items. It's going to be good.
All right, we're going to take a break. Come back. It's quick and easy recipes. 866-391-1020.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, getting ready to wrap up this hour. Next hour, Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Anything about trees, get ready to phone in with all your questions. Here's John in Washington. Busy hour on the phone lines on the Coons Cooking Hour. Quick and easy meals, KDKA. Hey, John, how you doing?
Good, thank you. Hey, this is a really, really easy recipe. Calls for 5 ingredients. 3 of them are already in your pantry. And what it is, it's a slow cooker pineapple chicken. What you need are about 1.5 cups of low sodium chicken broth, 1/4 cup brown sugar, 1/4 cup low sodium soy sauce, green minced garlic cloves, 3 cups of fresh pineapple, 2 pounds of skinless boneless chicken thighs. What you do is get a small bowl and whisk in the chicken broth, brown sugar, soy sauce, and garlic. Then you add the pineapple to the bottom of the slow cooker on top of the chicken and drizzle with the broth mixture. That's the easy part. It's all easy. What you do is put it on high for 3 hours in the slow cooker or on low for 6 hours. Serve the chicken and pineapple to score the excess liquid. That's it. Quick and simple. It really is. It was amazing. It's really good, too. You could substitute mango for the pineapple, but mango is good for you, but it's too hard to fight with that long pit in it, so I just go with the pineapple. Which, cutting up, cubing a fresh pineapple, is not a walk in the park either, because that's kind of tiring to do, but the effort is worth it, believe me. It's very good.
It sounds very good. You know, and that'd give a nice tender chicken, and I'm sure those flavors just really make their way into that meat to give it a great taste. Yeah, I think pineapple would probably be a better choice as well for me, because mango tend to get, I don't know, it'd be that, I don't like cutting mango. And then it gets mushy and it has that, again, has that giant seed in the middle. And another reason why I do hate cutting mangoes. So I haven't found an easy way. So I just don't eat them. Which ends up being the best way. And on pineapples, you've really struck for time. You get the ones that we have that are already cored, and then you don't have to worry too much about the trimming. Again, it's all what time you have to be able to do that. If you have trouble, if you're new to things and you're younger and you're trouble picking out a fresh pineapple, get the ones that are already cored, and then when you have time, you actually, when you're cutting yourself, because when they're just cut is obviously, the best that you're gonna get. Next would be the fresh cored, and then you get the canned in a pinch, or if you really need it for something else.
All right. Hey, good stuff. Thank you for the call, John. We're just about out of time, but before we go to break, it's something that's really quick and easy, and we used to do it when I was growing up. I've even done it as an adult, and that's just deli, cold cuts. I mean, what an easy way. You get your Silver Star, you get your Isleys, get some Saloni's bread, you get your Heinz condiments, whatever, and I'm just throwing out names. And, hey, you know what? Cold cuts are good. You can eat them lunch, dinner, good. Nighttime.
That's what we were having last night because, cold cuts, you don't have to heat. It's so hot. The past few days have been so hot. And so it's so much easier just to grab some cold cuts. You don't have to turn on any oven, nothing. Grab some cold cuts, whatever toppings you want to put onto it. It was early. It was like for our lunch yesterday, we had the jalapeno cheddar Johnsonville brats. And my wife, I just put mustard on it. She loads this with relish, and she put steak sauce on it. She said I actually tasted relish steak sauce, and she said it was really good. I mean, she had this thing all loaded. Mine looked just pour a little mustard, and that's it. But again, early in the day, I just put a little bit of water in the frying pan and just heat it up. Because going outside, again, it was hot. And then it felt really great, though, last evening. I'm sure everyone loved it around firework time after rain because it had cooled down so much. It was nice. So it was great. Great day.
Yeah, great day to be had by one and all. And one of the most underrated things, because we've gotten so much into quick and easy in the way of bags and one size servings per bag and easy, just open up and serve. But getting a nice crisp head of lettuce in the produce department of Coons Market and actually putting part of that lettuce head on 2 pieces of bread with your favorite condiment, slice of tomato, slice of pickle, maybe some Land O'Lakes cheese. To me, that's the way to go. And you do that thing in the half, you put it on a plate, and you get a nice glass of United Dairy milk on a hot summer day. Now that's good eats.
That's definitely some good eats. I just watched on TV a big tanker full of Turner's Dairy.
Really?
Iced tea that you can pick up July 10th or to fill any container.
Nothing.
What a great idea. But just seeing that big tanker full of iced tea, that'd have been great during the heat. Park that outside and just have tea all day.
Here's something else, too. And Frank actually brought me some water from his spring on his property in a Turner Dairy tea jug that he finished off at the office the other day. And, we also have big pallets of water. We've got gallon jugs of water. So if you need to stay hydrated when you're at Coons Market, as I will be this week, pick up some water. All of your favorite flavors of water, too. Perrier, we've got Polar water. We've got all sorts of great stuff.
We also have filter where you fill your own jug up at the McKnight store. So you can bring in your own containers, or you can, we have containers there, gallon containers that you can purchase those and fill them up with water as well. So, we always make sure that one there we'll never run out of. Like, we don't want on trucks coming in, it's already filtered right there at the store.
You got it.
Yeah, we use a reverse osmosis process that adds the minerals back, and it's people love it. They come in all the time for that. And so even if our trucks miss the truck, we can still get water. Just bring a container.
Yeah, reverse osmosis. We're actually doing scientific experiments that are good for you at the McKnight Road store. Okay, real quick, we'll come back. We'll draw this week's winner. Get ready for the news at 9. It's your Pratt Pack Saturday and Sunday. Always a Pittsburgh tradition, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Are you smarter than an anchor man? And we have Joe from Penn Hills as a lifeline for me. Joe, what do you like? A, B, C?
Oh, I like the Super Mario. Is that A?
I'm going with you, Joe. You're my lifeline.
The answer was B, Incredibles 2.
Come on, Joe.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The diet can continue Monday. This is the Coons Cooking Hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time to draw this week's winner of that $25 gift certificate courtesy of Coons Market, locally owned and independently operated, a Pittsburgh tradition. And this week's winner is...
This week's winner is Diane in Valencia.
All right, our meat department second to none. The reason we have meat cutters, it's all local, it's all fresh, and we are local. And next week, it's unique recipes you make on the grill. So one thing is for sure, once you have the grilling season that is 4th of July, it's pretty much a staple morning, noon, and night the rest of the summer, is it not, Frank?
Yeah, and any more grilling way into deep in the fall. You know, here in Pittsburgh, it stays warmer until probably about almost November, really, where you can still be grilling out comfortably without any issues at all. My favorite time of year is fall. Grilling outside in the fall or running the smoker out in the fall is that's my perfect time of year because you got that slight chill in the air in the evening, but you got the grill on there and you're not overheating. You actually can enjoy being out without it being too uncomfortable. So that time of the year is coming fast. I was telling you, Rob, I said it's almost Christmas time, you know. That time, once 4th of July comes back, Christmas comes up fast.
My goodness, just let me get through Sunday. But yeah, you're right. And that 2-day sale, thank you to everyone. Still lots of great sales all holiday weekend long. Coons Market open regular hours right now, opened about an hour ago, and we'd love to see you. All right, have yourself a great day, Frank.
Have a great Sunday.
News at 9, then Just Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service.
The preceding program was paid for by Coons Quality Market.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 4 people were shot overnight in Aliquippa. This shooting occurred around 12:30 this morning in the 200 block of Lindmar Terrace. Now, officers who responded provided medical aid to the 4 people who were shot at the scene until EMS arrived. The 4 victims were transported to local hospitals. Right now, no word on the conditions of those 4. It's not clear what led to the shooting or descriptions of any alleged suspects. In East Liberty, Pittsburgh police were called to disperse a crowd of about 150 juveniles late last night, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space. Public safety says the officers' commands were largely ignored. Some people in the crowd began throwing fireworks at officer vehicles. Eventually, police were able to get the crowd under control around 1 o'clock this morning. 1 adult male arrested, a juvenile male detained and transported to a local hospital. An ultralight aircraft crashed into a tree Saturday morning in Fayette County. It's happened around 10:50 Saturday morning in Dunbar Township. Now, the pilot, a 75-year-old man from Connellsville, was flown to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital in Oakland, where his condition this morning remains unclear. It's also unclear what caused that crash. Well, Allegheny County Police have charged a man with attempted homicide and other charges in connection with a stabbing on Saturday in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler is in custody awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed is in stable condition at a local hospital. Police say an altercation occurred inside a home between the 2 men, which led to that shooting. KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:02. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast next.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fall gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm, mainly late and perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty thunderstorm for tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low of 69, followed by showers and another gusty thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 82, with some sun returning Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Greater Pitt Tree Service. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From Greenfield, Pennsylvania to Point State Park and everywhere in between, nobody loves Pittsburgh like this guy because he is Pittsburgh, the pride of Greenfield, Pennsylvania. Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. And before we get to trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees, cabling trees, and yes, why he loves Pittsburgh, 412-884-TREE, 8733. What a couple of hours we had yesterday, and just when I thought we were out of the woods, it seems as though these storms kicked up again, and there were branches everywhere, trees coming down, so it got a little dicey, did it not, Carlos? Good morning.
Good morning, Rob. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it reminds me of that line from The Godfather 3. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. You know, I'm trying to enjoy a nice holiday, you know, with my family and friends, and we had a lot going on with the company, too. We were down McGee Field and Greenfield for the annual 4th of July races. And I grew up going there as a kid, racing down there, and now my son, he's 17. I've been bringing him down there probably since he was 4 or 5. He raced yesterday. He came in third in the 17 and over category, so I was proud of that. And then we had a booth down Point State Park through KDKA, which we love. We were down there, you know, with corporate sponsor for the event, and here comes the weather and the storms and the high winds, and it was a little dicey down there. We had to shut our tent down, and then the phone starts ringing. So it was a very eventful day from about 7:30 to midnight yesterday with all the activities we were involved with. And then I advertise 24/7 emergency service. So when a storm hits and my phone rings, I know to answer those calls. They're in need, and whether I'm out with my family or laying in bed at 2 a.m, I'm going to answer those calls. We're going to get someone out there. We're going to get that tree off your house. We're going to, tarp your roof and get your family and your home secure.
All right, so that brings me to this. And, we've been talking about local. We did a lot of it last hour in the Coons Cooking Hour. There's been a lot of news of late where, corporate entities moving in, private equity companies. I think you need to focus on what separates you, because what you just said there, you're not getting that from the big box store or some private equity company. Somebody at 2 a.m. hears a crash in their backyard and a shed's taken out. It lands on their car. Part of it's on the roof or just lying in the backyard to where they can't get in or get out of that garage. They can call you, Carlos, a Pittsburgher, and you will be on the job. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm proud of how our service as a company, we're there when you need us. We need one of those catchy insurance slogans maybe, but anyways, we're out there. We want to help you in that time of need. It's traumatic, for somebody to hear a tree fall on or in their house, and when they need to get a hold of somebody, I know that. So I'm answering the calls, and I just love Pittsburgh, and I love helping people, and it does, like you touched on, with all the corporate stuff going on in private equity. Seems like we're kind of losing a little bit of our identity, from all the Pittsburgh companies. Heinz sold to Kraft, and now Giant Eagle to Kroger, and we look around at our stadiums and these signs and billboards, and it's all these out-of-town companies and big private equity and corporate sponsors. And, it is what it is. It's a, financial thing, and I get that. But, look, I'm from Pittsburgh. I was raised in Pittsburgh. I've never not had a Pittsburgh address. I'm out there in the trenches, and that's what I love about what I do.
All right, so listen, this is a show that we're dedicating to anything and everything that is trees. And again, let me just kind of throw out some topics. But the key is for you to call in and get your questions answered. 866-391-1020, trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees, cabling trees, something we talk about all the time. Also, simply, we're going to spend the majority of the second half of the show giving him a chance to talk about why he loves Pittsburgh. I know why I love Pittsburgh, but here's a guy who is a true Pittsburgher through and through. And we're going to give him a chance to do that as we are celebrating our 250th birthday for the rest of the summer, and obviously we're in the midst of the holiday weekend. Or if you want to call directly and set up an appointment, or maybe you're dealing with an emergency right now, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. Let's talk about this real quick, just to let people know why they need to call you. Insurance, certification, cleanup, machinery, all of that. Then we'll do the deep dive on some of the topics. But now I want you to talk about insurance, certification, and the machinery, and who you are at Greater Pitt Tree Service. Carlos.
Yes, we have the experience. I've been doing this 32 years, and we've worked everything between hurricanes across the country and small microbursts in our area. So we're very schooled in what transpires after a tree falls on your property or in your home, wherever it's at. We know the protocol, and we're going to come in and kind of educate you and let you know the nuts and bolts of the situation. And, we're going to deal also directly with your homeowner's insurance. We can deal with your adjuster. We know the terminology that they like to speak. And sometimes when somebody doesn't throw out the terms like indemnification and peril, triggering event, they're big companies. They want to handle things swiftly, and we're there, and we're giving you all the information, and we're going to figure out how to get that tree off your house. We're going to help you deal with the homeowner's insurance company that you have, and you're not going to pay us till you get funded from the insurance company. So we do take a small deposit to mobilize and for you to get on our schedule, because we get pretty inundated with these calls. So but the majority of what you're going to pay us isn't due until you get funded from your insurance company. And sometimes they don't fund these people fully. Insurances, they want to sometimes pay as little or nothing as possible. That's their business model. And not all of them. There are some good ones out there. And We're going to wait. And if you don't get fully funded, I guess it comes out of our pocket most of the time. So we're going to work with you on the price. We're not going to leave you on the hook for it or take you to court or anything. We're going to be there. We're Pittsburgh. You live in Pittsburgh. That's how we roll. We're going to help you. We're going to get this taken care of for you.
Number to dial, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Let's get into the first topic. And I had a gentleman last time you were on say, he said to me, I was out of the building. He said, I should have called Carlos. I said, what are you talking about? He said, I was trying to save money. I didn't want to hire someone. And I also took a little bit too much off the top when it came to pruning because I didn't want to have to do it again during the calendar year. And I not only made the tree look bad, but I eventually killed the tree. So let's talk trimming and pruning. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, it's a funny story because I got another funny story. My wife, we have these flowering bushes out in the back of our house, and she took it upon herself to go out there and trim them back. Well, she trimmed too far into an area where now they're not flowering, and she's upset about it because she loves seeing these every year. So it happens. You want to try to maybe learn as much about that species of plant or tree before you go out there and start hacking on it. Our guys are trained in that. We practice proper pruning techniques. We know what time of year you can prune something or trim something. We know how much you can take off in any one pruning or trimming before you kind of can maybe shock that tree or plant on your property. So it's just something we do every day. We're very good at it. I had some electrical issues in my house the other day. Guess who I called? An electrician. I didn't go there and start monkeying around with wires and Googling something and think I know more than I do. I called an electrician. You have tree work on your property, it can be dangerous. It needs to be done correctly. Call the tree company in your area. Give us a call. Make sure it's done properly and safely.
When you talk trimming, that's one thing, but when you get into pruning, that's a whole nother ballgame. Focus on that a little bit and why you really need to leave pruning, especially trees that have been an heirloom type of tree, been around a long time, have great shade value to them, sentimental value to them. Talk about why pruning is something that has to be done, I believe, by a certified arborist or somebody who works for a great company like yours. Go ahead.
Yes, when we get calls from pruning, guess who's coming to your property? Troy Lampenfeld, our ISA certified arborist. He went to college for this. He takes updated classes and certifications. He knows any and everything that's on your property, what to do and what not to do. And pruning is different than trimming. We get calls where somebody says, I need this branch cut back. It's over my gutter, or it's over where I park my car, or it's hanging over the corner of my pool. That's trimming. That's cutting back a tree, and it's not the best practice, but we do it because it's circumstantial. What do you want, the branch, or do you want clogged gutters that are going to cost you thousands of dollars in water damage to your home and property? So trimming is one thing, and then pruning is more specific to that species of tree, what needs done to it periodically to maintain its health. Sometimes maybe like promote upward growth, the way we structurally prune trees and plants. And there's maintenance pruning on like the oak trees that are on your property, anything flowering or fruit bearing. That's pruning. That's very technical. Cuts need to be made on proper angles. There's just a lot involved in it. That's what we do. We know how to do it properly. We have the right person out there. Troy comes out for the consultation, and everything he talks to you about translates into what happens when the crew comes out to your property.
All right, so here's the deal. If you want to know if you can save a tree or anything about trees or something that needs to be done to a tree, get the free advice. Just a toll-free call right now. All of our lines are open. Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. He's here with us twice a month. He'll be here until 10 o'clock, but the hour will go by quickly. So call us. We're talking trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees. All of the above, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020, or you can reach them directly at 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Between the daily demands of work, family needs, running a household, and more, you deserve some real relief at the end of the day. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have a wide variety of mattresses that are built to provide the ultimate in comfort and relief when you need it most. Mattresses that are hand-built locally using high-quality materials. Mattresses that are sold factory direct to offer you a great value. Mattresses that are designed to provide real relief to real people like you. Visit an Original Mattress Factory location today and get the rest you deserve tonight.
Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony School programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at StAnthonyKids.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Alex Goen, patented hypnosis. Lose weight, destroy cravings, late day binges, stress eating, no hunger, no willpower. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at AlexGoen.com. That's AlexGoen.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. Anything and everything about trees, such as trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees, cabling trees. Free advice. Phone call away, 866-391-1020, or call right now. Leave your name and number, and they shall get back to you. And if you're dealing with an emergency, especially now, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. All right, up first for Carlos from Greater Pitt Tree Service. Here's Joan in New Kensington on KDKA. Good morning, Joan.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yes, I don't have a question. Rather, I have a comment, and I want to thank you. Last Sunday, I was listening as I'm doing my cooking, and I listened to the Coons Cooking Hour, and then it lapses into your session. And you said that the tree guy said that, with all the trees falling now, some people might not want to hear this, but if it wherever it falls, that's who is responsible for the cost, liability, and it's called an act of God. So this Wednesday, I'm in New Ken living now, but I have my house in Eterna Heights is up for sale, and I have a big silver elm in the backyard. I've been there for 21 years. It's been there longer than that. And it leafed, I didn't suspect anything. And my neighbor called on Wednesday and said, Joan, I think you better come and take a look at this. A part of your tree just fell on both my car and my son's car and the fence. And I said, oh, my, and I said, well, you know what, Jeff? I said, yeah, I can come tomorrow and look. I said, but I just listened to the KDKA on Sunday of all the things, and I conveyed the information. And then I called my insurance company later that afternoon, and they confirmed. Of course, there's the disclaimer that if there's negligence, but there wasn't, and my neighbor agreed.
Well, I'm glad that you were listening to KDK, and we're always talking about Carlos throughout the day, and that's some good news, is it not, Carlos? Good stuff from Joan in New Kensington.
Yeah, Joan hit it spot on, and she listened, and the information she listened to was correct. And once that branch falls onto your property from a neighbor's tree, or the whole tree falls and stretches across your property or on your home, coverage A, main dwelling, it's your responsibility. You now own it. And when the tree's healthy, it is considered an act of God, and nobody can predict or prevent that. If the tree was in a declining state or structurally, had some visual cavities or completely dead, then it becomes neglect on the owner of that tree, and then it becomes a dicey situation on who's going to foot the bill for the repairs of anything that it damaged on your property when it wasn't your tree. So, yeah, Joan, that was spot on, and you did the right thing. You answered the neighbor's call, and you looked into it. You called your insurance company. You did everything on your end of it. And, when you live in the areas we live in and you have a neighbor arm's length from you, or, a stone's throw, let's call it, you kind of enter into this agreement in living in these areas when there's trees on the property line or in your neighbor's yard. It's just something that you may have to deal with. And when it comes down in a storm, or sometimes branches just break, gravity and physics take over, and we get a lot of calls on a nice sunny day that a tree came down or a branch broke and landed in the neighbor's yard. And so it's just something, if like Joan did, the information, it becomes like, okay, I can handle this. I know what to do. I know where my liability is. I know where my legal liability stands. And so it's good to know all these things.
All right, let's keep the calls going. 866-391-1020. Next stop is Swickley, and here is Helen. Helen, you're on KDK with Carlos from Greater Pitt Tree Service.
Hi. I said Swickley. I'm really from Bell Acres, and where we live, we don't get a lot of the rain. When everybody else gets such bad storms, we're very lucky here. We get a little bit of rain, but not that much. I have a crabapple tree right outside my window that is very sentimental to me, because when my mom died, the people that I worked with had it planted. And it's a beautiful tree. It's right outside my window, and I get to see a lot of birds coming there. I just recently, some of the leaves are turning yellow on a few of the branches, the ones that I can see, and I don't have any idea why.
Mm-hmm.
Is there?
Well, first of all, I love Bell Acres. That's a neat little, so rural out there once you get into Sewickley. If a lot of Pittsburghers don't leave these city neighborhoods, but take a drive, because there's areas like Bell Acres. It's just beautiful out there. And I did some work for the police chief out there a few years ago. I forget his name. But anyways, yeah, the apple tree is something that you would call and would send Troy Lampenfeld, our ISA certified arborist, out there. It sounds like it could be apple scab, which we have a treatment for that. It's very minimal for him to come out and perform this treatment on the crabapple tree. And it sounds like you really enjoy the tree and like it, so you want to keep it healthy. And chances are Troy could come out there and take care of it and get it back to where it's healthy.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I will give a call and ask him to come out. I'm here most of the time. I'm 76 years old. I don't really travel too much, and I work from home a little bit. So, all right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'd love to come out. Give us a call, and we'll get Troy out there this week and see what's going on with it for you, Helen.
Yeah, Helen, give them a call, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. All right, listen, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side. Love hearing from you. You get free advice, simply anything and everything about trees, and we're kind of focusing on some of these items, and you may have a question: trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees, something we talk about a lot, that they're really the expertise when it comes to cabling trees, to keep those lovable trees and historic and sentimental parts of your property with you for generations to come. And the number is 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733 to reach them. But right now, we've got a wide open phone bank, so we'll get you on right after the break. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. Rob Taylor up next with the news at the bottom of the hour as we continue our Sunday marathon on KDKA.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Here it comes! Surprise! The people above your catering business are doing major construction! And the drilling is only during business hours! It's so loud!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting personalized discounts on a commercial auto quote with Progressive.
Also, that isn't powdered sugar on the floor, it's plaster from your ceiling!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Music Festival, July 11th and 12th at Pittsburgh Brewing Company in Creighton, featuring Joe Grishecki and the House Rockers, Billy Price Band, Norman Nardini, The Gathering Field, and more. Benefiting Band Together Pittsburgh and Autism Pittsburgh. Presented by Pittsburgh Brewing Company and U.S. Steel. Tickets at pittsburghmusicfestival.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 4 people were shot overnight in Aliquippa. Police got to the scene in the 200 block of Linmore Terrace around 12:30 this morning. That's where they found those 4 people who were shot. They administered medical aid until EMS arrived. All 4 victims transported to the local hospital, and no word on their conditions this morning. It's not clear what led to that shooting overnight or any descriptions of alleged suspects. Well, 4th of July fireworks may have struck an airliner. Here's ABC's Dave Packer.
The Delta flight was approaching the runway at Chicago's Midway Airport Saturday evening. The controller had already warned there were multiple homes near the approach shooting off fireworks. Then,
Tower, we just had a firework hit our plane, Delta 1076. We're continuing. Roger.
The Delta pilot said they may have been struck at about 200 to 200 feet above ground.
We just heard the bang on the plane, so we'll have to take a look at it once we get to the gate.
According to that ATC.net audio, authorities were notified. Dave Packer, ABC News.
KDKA Radio News Time, 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Summer is here, and so are the insects. Win the battle with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer, nothing works better. Harmony is earth-friendly, 100% non-toxic, and safe for plants, people, and pets. Harmony Organic Insect Control kills spiders, bed bugs, ants, roaches, lanternflies, mosquitoes, and hundreds of other garden pests. Find Harmony at participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com. Hello, summer. Goodbye, bugs. Thanks to Harmony Organic Insect Control. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early fog gives way to clouds today and less heat with a couple of showers and a heavy thunderstorm building in by late in the day, perhaps gusty with a high of 83. Still a spotty but gusty thunderstorm tonight under clouds with a low of 69. Then showers and a thunderstorm in store for tomorrow, perhaps still heavy, high 82, with some sun for Tuesday and another high of 82. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Greater Pitt Tree Service.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service, working the phones today on his hour, and he joins us every other week throughout the season that is right now at its peak. And we're talking everything that is trees, from trimming, pruning, removal, stump grinding, treating trees, and more. Any tree-related question, welcome right now, 866-391-1020, or you can call them directly, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. Up next, we go to Penn Hills, and let's say good morning to Ken. He joins us on KDKA. Hi, Ken.
Hi. I have a question for Carlos. I live in a community where we'll just say the borough controls the trees, and not allowed to touch them. But I have a maple tree that has caused a lot of problems. And the root system from the street level to the base of the tree is approximately two feet high with roots, tripping hazard. The sidewalk is going every which way. They just don't do a great job maintaining these trees, maybe once every 10 years. Would you evaluate it if I had paid for you to come out and give your thoughts? The tree is healthy, but it's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, that's a common question we get and a common concern when it's not your tree and maybe the city or you live in an HOA or a borough that actually owns that tree in front of your property. Guess what? They own a lot of trees, and the maintenance on them and kind of gets thrown, to the side, whereas if it was a homeowner's tree, you can address it. So it's a tough situation because, you can't really have us come out and remove the tree or trim the tree without their permission. And if it's causing issues with your sidewalk, or sometimes these roots get into your plumbing or foundation, we can come out and do an assessment of the tree and the issues and concerns that you have. You can present it to them and see where it kind of goes from there. Sometimes you get a good response, and sometimes that they have so much to do, they're like, yeah, go ahead. You know, if you want that tree out of there and you're paying for it, have at it. So there's a couple different ways that situation can go. But the main thing is, give us a call and get us out there, and we can kind of go on your side of this equation and let them know the issues that you're having with having this tree on or near your property.
Yeah, you did work for me many years ago for my own tree that was in a backyard, but we'll give you a call.
All right, Ken, I appreciate the call and calling us on this Sunday morning, holiday weekend. I know, everybody was probably watching fireworks late last night or with their family, so I appreciate the call. I appreciate the business, and we always give good repeat customer pricing, so give us a call and we'll see what we can do for you.
Okay, thanks, Carlos.
Thanks, Ken.
I got to believe you have a lot of repeat customers, right?
I mean, as a small business, if you don't, you're dead in the water, like any type of business, contractors, restaurants, if you don't get those repeat customers, I mean, it's hard to sustain the issues and challenges of running a small business, especially in Pennsylvania, state of Pennsylvania, a little brutal on us. The repeat customers we love. We love getting the call back. We put a yard sign in your yard that we did your tree or your job. We ask you for a good review. We want your job. We want your neighbor's job. We want your family's job. And that's our slogan. We did your neighbor's tree. So we're looking for that. We're going to overperform to get that call again from you when you need something done on your property, or your son just bought a house in Bloomfield and he needs tree work. We need that. We want that. And as a small business, we all are looking for that. We need the repeat customers. You're our lifeline. You're what keeps us in business. So, the repeat customers, when we do all these events out in the community, that's a lot of what I like about it. If we're down at the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show or Bloomfield Little Italy Days, we got a church fair at St. Simon and Jude in Greentree coming up, and that's my favorite part of it. People coming up and saying, oh, you did my tree in 2018, you did my tree in 2009, or you did my tree last week, and a lot of them I remember. I have like a photographic memory, and I'm on every job site, so I see your house. I see the work getting done. I'm out there with the crew, and it's just something that I really enjoy, meeting the people again, seeing them again, them thanking me, and getting the referrals and repeat calls from them is great.
All right, so here's the deal. We finally have some free space on the phone line, so if you have a question, you'll get it answered for free with a toll-free number, 866-391-1020. Everything that is trees, and coming up in our final segment, why he loves Pittsburghers. We're celebrating our 250th birthday in the U.S. of A., and it's going to be a really great summer the rest of the way. But if you have any tree-related issues, give them a call at the office, especially if you're dealing with an emergency. Even today, right now, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. All right, let's talk about something that's really important to me. Look, I believe if you're going to cut it down, you want to finish the job, and you want to, even if it's just grass seed, it doesn't matter, or that little corner of your property, you want to put a couple of chairs or a new shade tree or whatever the case may be. Stump grinding, and why you need to leave this to the professional. So let's talk a little bit about stump grinding, and how deep do you grind, and does that include removing all of the excess grindings? Go ahead.
Yes, good topic. And the stump grinding is kind of a separate job. It's a separate line item on our contract. It requires another truck and piece of equipment to come out to your property, so there's a cost associated with it. And sometimes it could be a budget thing where people just want to remove the tree, and maybe they'll call us back in a year or so to grind the stump. Or, I love all the Pittsburgh ingenuity and things the old timers did, the original Yinzers, and they say, no, you don't need to grind that stump. I'm going to drill and put copper piping in it, or dump acid in it. And, It's funny because we go out there a year or two later and the stump's there. It's not a quick process. Guess what is, though? A $100,000 machine, 90 horsepower coming out there and just shredding that stump into little grindings, and it's gone. And, yes, it creates a large pile of grindings, and we actually give an option to the customer. We can do what's considered like a grind and go, and you handle the cleanup, which is, sometimes another hour or two for us. If you're handy and have an area on your property you can put the grindings in, you'll save a few hundred. If you want it ground out, full cleanup, groom the area, get it ready where you could put topsoil down and grass seed, and it'll look like that tree and stump was never there on your property, then that's another cost that we can give you, price that we can give you. So, and a lot of times it kind of depends on where is that stump on your property. I would say the majority of the stumps we grind out are, like you said, in that grassy area, and you've been mowing and weed whacking around this tree for years, and now here's your opportunity. You've removed the tree because maybe it was hazardous, and now you can go the extra distance and grind that stump out and tie your yard into where it's just all grass and you're not dealing with that stump. So, and then if the stump is kind of in a tree line or a wooded area or maybe a mulched landscape area on your property where we could cut it really low and you could just pile the mulch over top of it and you don't see it. So a lot of it depends on where it's at on your property and what you're going to do with that area once we cut the tree down. And if you're going to plant something new, you really need to grind the stump out. And we're really thorough. We get a lot of the surface roots. We get it to where if you're planting something else, that new root system isn't interfering with an existing root system underground, because the roots extend out to where the drip line was on that tree. So if you remember where the tree was standing and the branches that extended far out over the yard, and if you drew an invisible line from that branch down to the grass, the roots can extend underground to that point. They can extend out to the drip line. So, and then also, there's a lot involved with everything we do. And if you are planting something in that area, that's where Troy Lampenfeld comes in and can recommend, what to plant in that area that, can not conflict with some of those roots underground that, maybe we can't see, so we can't grind them. We don't want to destroy your whole yard. So it depends on the root system of that new tree or plant that you're going to put in that area. And Troy's really good with that too, because some of the hardwoods and larger trees are going to require an extended root system. And there's some other shallow rooted trees, conifers, that you might plant that, don't need that deep area to anchor themselves in with their new root system. So again, a lot involved. It's what we do. Troy Lampenfeld, he's our rock star out there, and he's going to come out and give you a great recommendation on what to do with that area after we get the tree out.
All right, we're going to come back and talk about why this guy loves Pittsburgh, and he loves Pittsburgh. He's got a passion for it. He grew up here, and he understands what we need when it comes to the profession that he is a huge part of every day on the job and the job sites, working with the best crew in this region. It's Greater Pitt Tree Service, and again, you can reach them 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. But if you have a question, busy hour today on the phone lines. We still have one segment left. Anything and everything in the way of trees, call us now, 866-391-1020. One more segment with Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service, as our Sunday continues on KDKA in just a couple of minutes. Good morning.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, before we get to why he loves Pittsburgh and I love Pittsburgh, let's talk about Plant Healthcare and why they need to sign up and be a part of your team throughout the season to keep them healthy and, more importantly, out of harm's way. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yes, our Plant Healthcare division, spearheaded by none other than Troy Lampenfeld. We get so many compliments when he comes out to your property. People call in and they're just amazed about how much he knows about what's on your property. And this is what he went to college for. This is what he studied. This is what he's passionate about. And this is what he enjoys. He loves going out. He's like me. He loves going out and meeting the customer and figuring out what's going on their property, how to keep everything on your property healthy. We have so many treatments and applications for, the majority of trees and plants and shrubs on your property. We have something for them. We have, we can fertilize them. We could do deep root injections. We could do root collar excavations. We could spray for any type of disease that species may be getting. That Mother Nature kind of threw on there, like the hemlocks that get the woolly adelgia, oak wilt disease. There's so many things out there that are going on in your property that we can defend against or treat to keep these trees and plants and shrubs healthy on your property. Maybe something's growing too fast and you want to slow it down. We actually have what's called a growth retardant that we can apply to that tree, plant, or shrub. So there's so much involved in it. You can do anything from a one-time treatment to signing up for a yearly package where we'll come out at different times of the year, because sometimes there's different treatments that you do that you can't do when it gets really hot. Like last week, we had some applications scheduled and we just couldn't do it. It was too hot for that treatment to really work like we wanted it to. And sometimes it's too cold. And we know all of this. Troy knows all the science behind it, when to do, what not to do, why to do, how to do, what the cost is going to be associated with doing that. So our Plant Healthcare, it's like anything else on your property. You're going to clean your gutters. You're going to change the filters on your air conditioner or furnace. It's maintenance. Your home's your main investment. It's the biggest investment most people make in their lifetime. And the trees that's curb appeal. That's the first thing people are going to see in your neighborhood or your neighbors. And so that's where we come in. We can keep everything on your property healthy. It's a great call to make. Troy comes out for a consultation. He's very thorough, and you're going to be very happy on the money that you spent to keep everything healthy on your property.
All right, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733. All right, couple of minutes left. Why do you and why do I, meaning we, love Pittsburgh? You first. Go ahead.
I mean, we're kind of kindred souls, I think. You know, you're very passionate, and you've dedicated your life to covering every and anything that's happened in our area. It's pretty impressive what you've done in your career. And, you know, I'm the same way. This is where I grew up. This is my neighborhood. These are my neighborhoods. These are the communities that support my small business. And in turn, I go out and do the same. I'm going to eat at the diner in your restaurant. I was in Bellevue the other day, and there's a great little breakfast spot up there called the Villa. And great food. They have great potato pancakes. If you like potato pancakes, that's a place to go. Ritter's Diner, Johnny's. These are all the small businesses out there that need our support and need you to go in there and get your breakfast or your lunch in that area and take a ride around Pittsburgh. There's so much going on. There's so many events. We have so many more events coming up this season. We're going to be at St. Simon and Jude Church up in Green Tree for their fair. We have a booth up there every year. Actually, one year my salesman, Jimmy, won the raffle and won a car up there. So it's just great being out there. And then we got Bloomfield Little Italy days. I mean, 4 or 5 days of seeing people, seeing customers, eating good food, supporting small businesses in Bloomfield. And then the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix up at Shenley Park. We're a part of that, too. We have a booth up there every year. So there's just so much going on in Pittsburgh. The communities are thriving. My native community of Greenfield, I mean, these guys over there, they're just stepping up. They're handling all the events that have been going on over there for years. The baseball organization over there just had its 75th year anniversary. They were the first Little League team in Pittsburgh, and we're very proud of that. And these guys up there, they just dedicate so much of their time and effort into keeping the field in good condition. It's a lot to run a baseball organization. And Mike Terlecki and Craig Rafferty and John Benacki, Marty Ryan, these guys are in there in the trenches. So I tell them, look, sometimes I have the easy part. I just write the check to help you guys, you know. But it's just great. Pittsburgh's great. I know we have a few black eyes going on with the teens out there kind of expressing themselves in a manner that's not really, you know, the proper way about going about it. You know, you're going to have that. You're going to have homelessness in a city. You're going to have issues, and that's just part of it. But that's a very small percentage of what Pittsburgh is and the overall climate of Pittsburgh. There's so many events, so much going on. There's riverfront trails you could go down and bike and walk, and it's just so much to do. There's always an event somewhere going on in Pittsburgh, and you're saying, oh, there's nothing to do around here. Well, you're not really looking. Like, come on, get out there.
Have fun.
Yeah, have fun. I mean, there's so much to do out there, especially this time of year. And KDKA, I mean, they're always a part of a lot of what's going on out there. We're going to be out there at Game 0 at Woodland Hills High School, where Central Catholic, where my son plays football, we'll be playing a team out of New Jersey. Come out and watch some great high school football. Trust me, you will be impressed by the way these kids play. So we'll have a booth out there for Game 0 out at Wolverina. And it's just fun to be a part of all that. We've attached ourselves to KDKA and all the events that you guys are in, we're usually in, and KDKA's first radio station in the country. A lot of history behind that, and we enjoy that. We want to be a part of that. That's who we want to, you know, you are the company you keep. So
that's right. That's right. Carlos,
I love being out there.
Listen, I can't thank you enough. We'll do it again in a couple of weeks. Enjoy your Sunday, and let's keep doing what we do, helping people in the place that we love, Pittsburgh, okay?
Thanks for having me, Rob. I appreciate it.
All right, there he goes, Carlos. Yeah, he's a little enthusiastic. He loves this city and loves what he does, helping people every day. 412-884-TREE, 412-884-8733, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Carlos. Now, what we're going to do, get ready for the news at 10, and then Accurate Solutions. Then we got a great 2 hours of the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. Paul Skeens going to the All-Star game. How about Connor Griffin stealing home plate yesterday? Bucks beat Washington. They're going to try to win the series today in the nation's capital. The World Cup is underway. Wimbledon is underway. And, yeah, the John Deere Classic, too. And we're going to be talking a lot about the World Cup as Team USA is back in action against Belgium tomorrow. Former Spirit Paul Childs will be with us, and the women's coach at Geneva, Micah Fitz, along with Joe Giordano, talking Pirate baseball. Former Panther head coach, now special assistant at IMG Academy. Your Pratt Pack. We just keep rolling, folks. Keep grinding all the way until 1 o'clock on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by Greater Pitt Tree Service. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code CHIEF to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CHIEF for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees. Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 4 people were shot overnight in Aliquippa. This happened around 12:30 this morning in the 200 block of Linmar Terrace. Now, when officers arrived, they rendered medical aid to those who were shot until EMS arrived. All 4 victims were transported to area hospitals. No word on their condition this morning. No word on any suspect descriptions. No word on what led to the shooting. In East Liberty, Pittsburgh police were called to disperse a large group of teens, about 150 juveniles, some of whom were fighting and trying to get into an event space. Pittsburgh Public Safety says the officers' commands to disperse were largely ignored, and then that's when some people in the crowd began throwing fireworks at nearby officer vehicles. Eventually, police were able to get the crowd under control, and they dissipated the crowd around 1:15 this morning. One adult male was arrested. A juvenile male was detained and transported to a local hospital.
An ultralight aircraft crashed into a tree Saturday morning in Fayette County. This happened in Dunbar Township around 10:50 Saturday morning. The pilot is a 75-year-old man from Connellsville. He was flown to UPMC Presbyterian Hospital, where his condition this morning remains unclear. Cause of that crash is under investigation. Allegheny County Police have charged a man with attempted homicide and other charges in connection with a stabbing on Saturday in Munhall. 39-year-old Owen Dibbler of West Mifflin in custody awaiting arraignment. Police say Dibbler stabbed another man multiple times in the 2300 block of Vadera Street around 3:20 Saturday afternoon. The man who was stabbed was transported to a local hospital. No word on his condition is stable at this hour. Police say an altercation occurred inside the home.